Welcome to Spicy Flu office hours. My name is Paul Shelley. Let's get to the bar, shall we? She said the office. Welcome. My name is Paul Berserker 1 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender at the AstroPub, your space bartender at Twitch, your professor at the Astro Historian, and yeah, we're here to talk Star Citizen. This is a live stream where I talk to it's an AMA. We talk about all the new lore. We talk about the new news. We just kind of discuss, have some discussions and other things. We mostly talk about Star Citizen, though we tend to wander in there. How y'all doing? Thank you for the blessings there, Oki. Hopefully you've been cracking up the sacred oils. Hey, Darsh. So yeah, so you can probably tell my nose is stuffed up. I did just run around like an idiot because I forgot to do a bunch of things last minute, but so I'm a little short of breath. I probably won't be able to talk as long as I normally can, simply because the Rona is I'm trying not to say it because YouTube is very careful about when you talk about those sorts of things. So try not to call it that. The spicy flu, the Rona, whatever. I'm okay though. Double vaxxed and boosted. I thought I had allergies. That's how mild it was. Until Cam tested positive and I tested and I was like, oh, I have it too. It's the first time I've ever had it too. So, in 2 years, so. Yeah. You can kind of hear it. It's like I said, I just ran up and down, so. Decided to run up and downstairs like an idiot. Because I forgot we're going to do model showcase. This is the first time. Because of that, I didn't stream at all last week. So I had a bunch more time. Because I couldn't do recordings for office hours. And office hours for the Astro Historian. So I couldn't really do anything content-wise. So I decided to sit down and knock out some more models that I've been meaning to. So for those of you who don't know, I do a bunch of miniatures model painting. I've got a bunch of Star Citizen stuff that I have to get to at some point, probably in October, probably right before the CitizenCon, probably the big one. But for now, I give you, it's green, so it's going to be partially transparent, but Devilfish. I like the monochrome gray. And then this one's a little bit more, I've been finishing up my Blood Bowl team as well. He's a chunker. Yeah, chunky boy. And then Ogre support, so. You're currently 3D modeling the brand new cube for your own reasons. But yeah, I always do that whenever I do new models. I like to show them off. At some point, I would like to do some painting streams to see if people like it. I also want to discuss something because I posted something on Discord and on the channel earlier. I'm mostly looking for input because the last couple of captain's tables have not done well. So I'm trying to see if the issue is the captain's tables. Are people just not interested in captain's tables anymore? Is it the new channel, so people haven't moved over and found them yet? Is it because because of the thumbnails? Is it because of the titles? I'm trying to figure out what's going on, or if it's just people just don't want to watch it anymore. And I saw someone be like someone said to the effect of like, don't chase the algorithm, man. It's like, I'm not chasing the algorithm. I'm trying to figure out what y'all want. Because I do captain stables. I'm going to be doing captain stables on Twitch, here on Twitch, for as long as people watch them and as long as I'm having fun. And that's not the issue. The thing about captain stables is I've been putting up on YouTube because not everyone can catch it. And in the past, I would get on average 1,000 to 3,000 views on it with the old channel. And that was not, you know, compare it to other channels of similar size with similar content. They do a little bit better than I do on that film. That wasn't so bad. It was like, yeah, it's okay. But then I move everything over to the new channel, completely new, same format, but a completely new channel where it's just that and you know, stuff like this. And there doesn't seem to be a commiserate amount, because I'll release something like a capsule, and it'll get, you know, 800 to 1,000 to 2,000 sometimes views on those videos, which tells me, okay, so y'all like the monthly report readings, the roadmap updates, those sorts of kind of things, looking at various aspects of the game. You like that. But when it comes to the captain's tables, they struggle to do as good. Like the last one it doesn't even have 500 views on it. Whereas, you know, it would minimum be 1,000, even a bad one, you know, on the old channel. So I'm trying to gauge what's going on. So I've had a couple of options, guaranteed no matter what. If you are a member on YouTube, you get early access to those videos from day one. That's my plan. From now on, you will get you've been supposed to, but you're gonna get early access to those day one, and then I will give them access to everybody else when I normally do. So, but the question is becoming the Q&As, because the Q&As have consistently been lower. And I'm thinking what's going on is that because of the way I'm dropping them, YouTube's algorithm is burying them, and people aren't as interested in them because they just watched the first one, and then it's 2 days afterwards, and they're like, nah, I don't want to watch it. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to release the Captain's Table episodes on Mondays, and I'm going to release the Q&As on Mondays the same day, the same time, in fact, as the Captain's Table, as the other one. But I'm going to release it unlisted. So you can still see it if you are watching the channel, if you're watching the episode or the playlist, and there'll be a link to it at the end of the video. So if you click on it, you can go to the next one. But because it's unlisted, it won't be interacting with the algorithm. So it'll always just end up being 0 views, handful of views, but it won't ruin the algorithm. Though I may try to release them at the same time within a couple of hours apart or something like that with them both public and see if that happens. Something has to change. The current thing isn't working. That was my point. And so I'm trying to get ideas from y'all. From a couple of the comments I heard was, y'all just aren't interested in Star Citizen news anymore. And I've noticed that. There's a large negative bend currently in Star Citizen reporting. And the one kind of semi-negative headline that I did for like a capsule, which was just like, hey, Pyro's not coming out this year, got a shit ton of views. Like a lot of y'all were like, yes, I want to watch this. And I don't want to be like I don't want to be someone who's just like, oh yeah, I'm going to put everything negative views and all that kind of stuff. It was a legitimate, like, hey, this was something we talked about. I wanted to kind of go over that. But I am wondering if like there's just not a lot of interest in Star Citizen news right now. Like people are just kind of at the point where like, I'm done. When 318 comes out, I'll come back, but I'm just not going to bother browsing Star Citizen. And there's always Star Citizen fans. It's like the Astro Historian doing fucking amazing right now. Like so many people are coming in and that kind of stuff, but that's a very niche subsection, and it's attracting people who are not just Star Citizen fans, but like space and science fiction lore fans in general to that and sort of thing. So that's a separate beast. It's a completely separate side of YouTube, effectively, compared to the news and the reviews, gaming stuff. So So it's good stuff. Yeah, the tables are so good. Probably lost some momentum due to the channel hop. Probably a little bit, but it's weird that I lose, like, because initially when I popped over, they were slowly getting more. And then the last 2 weeks, like the August basically went on its face. To be fair, nothing but love to the racing and events community. People like XGR Racing or XG Racing, why am I blanking on their name? Atmo Esports. Those folks are fantastic and they do a lot of good work. Nobody gives a shit on YouTube about those things, though. Whenever I have them on, the views just go. But the discussion about like prisons and stuff like that, that was pretty engaging and usually gets people to at least come on and discuss. And the initial video did okay, but then the Q&A is actually worse than any of the other videos. So it's been like, it went up and then it went down and then up and down. Like it's a downward trend in terms of the average views for the captain's tables, which is why I'm like, there's something weird going on here and I need to figure out what it is. Yeah, the podcast stuff is a little weird because here's the thing, and here's the thing that other people have pointed out. If there is an error in the audio codec where it just starts looping back and forth, if that happens, I can update it on Anchor, but I don't think Anchor updates it on Spotify or any of the other sites. Once Anchor pushes it, it never updates the file. So if it's fucked forever, everywhere else. And I can't change that. I don't have the ability to change that. So if you are interested in listening to the podcast format, the format that's always going to be the superior one is the anchor.fm one. Same, anchor.fm/TheAstroPub. It'll be on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, but those may encounter errors that I have no way of fixing. And that's just the way they are. So. I think speculatory news has lost kind of its heat. Yeah, it's weird. I think it's because of the nature, because Anchor's owned by Spotify, and it's a free site. So it's designed to try to get more podcasters to podcast on Spotify, but don't get revenue from Spotify, because I don't get any revenue from any Spotify hosting. But it makes it free for hosting services, and it's easy to post, and it automatically links to a bunch of different ones. So it's a pain in the ass otherwise to try to do podcasts everywhere. So it makes it a lot simpler, and I'm not really just needing to promote it or that kind of stuff like that, but it's been having a bunch of errors recently, so. Who is this, Paul? Paul Atreides? Hey, what's up, y'all? Oh, we got a new member. Solitude Guard, thank you so much for becoming a VIP. Ashhole, thank you so much for that 29 months of Prime. 20 months of my life I won't get back. Yep. Thank you, Info Runners, for the raid. Big Doug, thank you so much for that 10 months. Thank you for being you. Thank you. And Access, thank you. You sound better. Glad you're feeling better, Paul. Thank you. Yeah. It was like I said at the very beginning, I thought it was allergies. Everyone else was having allergies. It was all the symptoms of allergies: sinus headaches, nasal congestion, sore throat. That was it. No breathing problems, no energy problems, no fever. It was all the symptoms of allergies. And I might actually just have allergies, but I'm asymptomatic of COVID, or maybe just made it a little bit worse. I don't know. But welcome everyone from the Info Runner stream. This is the Office Hours podcast talk show thing, where it's a live stream where we kind of do what the Info Runners have been doing, but it's just me. And I'm not trapped in here with you. You all are all trapped in here with me. So welcome, y'all. Raid, so we're all criminals now, because no one declared war on the AstroPub. Can't wait for 318 to drop in the next 8 months. Yeah, we'll talk about that here in a moment. There's actually the latest... We'll watch the latest Inside Star Citizen, because I think it's actually a good a good watch, which talks a little bit about 318, and it also, I think, tells us a little bit more about what's going on with 318. So if you permit me to put on the tinfoil hat and walk you down the primrose path of what's going on behind the scenes based off of how I know CIG works, based off of previous experiences with CIG, I think I can show you just how what is likely to be happening. All right. All right. Let me turn that off and go to the presentation. Yeah, it's about PES. For those of you who don't know, PES stands for Persistent Entity Streaming. It is the thing that allows for full persistence to happen in the game. And it's a big, long conversation, which we'll have after this, but this is an update on PES. Did the CIG narrative team ever discuss why the Mezzers never invaded the Banu? Strategically, it doesn't make sense for them not to. Strategically, it doesn't make sense for them to do it in the first place, because they were already good friends with humanity, and they were good trade partners. And it was just they were already stretched thin with the Xi'an front, because humanity was so far behind technologically speaking. Plus, they had the internal strife. So it was more of a it's like, why did the Nazis not invade Switzerland? Because they had banks. Because the Nazis were doing business with the Swiss, and it was just too much of a headache to even bother with it. Yeah, there could have been some issues, but it's just not. It's the same kind of thing.
Hey all, Space Dad here, coming to you from a secret facility that we'll be talking more about next quarter. Now, Alpha 318 has a whole lot of features that players.
He's in the new studio that they just had. There's a brand new studio for just dedicated for this. That's where he is. I'm pretty sure.
Have been anxious for updates on. And while we'll get to all of them like we always do before this quarter is out, we wanted to take this week's show and slow things down a bit for an uninterrupted, unabridged chat about persistent entity streaming.
Yeah, it's a screen wall behind him, which is nice, which is pretty big. They've got a sound stage, effectively, on their a private sound stage for them to do this stuff, which is very important for things like Squadron 42 in the future. But also slow things down. All right, Jared, don't take this the wrong way, because I don't think it's. I think this is what happened, and I might be wrong, but at the same time, I don't think it's malicious. I think what happened was they couldn't get anyone to give them updates on the things that people care about, like cargo refactor, because they're busy and they're doing other things. And as we'll see later, everything's on fire in the background, and they're trying to fix it before they can go to 318. It's functioning, but functioning and playable is not the same thing. So there's stuff going on. Everything's on fire. They're working like. It's a snafu. Situation normal, all fricked up. Everything's on fire, but it's supposed to be on fire at this stage. It's just that kind of thing. And because of that, they weren't able to get it, so they talked with Benoit about the details behind PES, which is still a cool thing, but these sorts of things, that kind of is already a window into what's going on with 318. They're slowing things down and kind of trying to spin it as a kind of an interesting concept, but it's them trying to find the silver lining behind no one's available to talk to them.
What it is, how it's been going, where it's at now, and what's coming up next. And we'll get back to our normal features next week. But for now, please join me in welcoming Benoit Beauséjour, CTO of our partners at Turbulent, for what we're calling our very first PES report. So, Benoit, welcome back to ISC. To start things off, give us a nickel version of what persistent entity streaming is.
Persistent entity streaming is a system that allows us to persist the entire game world and restore it from disk so that it's never lost and changes from players are meaningful.
And what's that look like to the player? How will players know if PES is working or not?
They're going to know because every time they come back to the same server, the state will be the same. So if you leave a ship, a can, or...
Stop littering, Chris. Stop it. Get some help.
Or any kind of items in the world will stay there. You blow up a door, it'll be blown on that server forever.
But part of this is something that cleans up the junk afterwards, right?
Yeah, some items will be covered under lifecycle management, which they'll get recycled, right? Because obviously we need some kind of janitorial system behind the scenes. But there also are discussions about gameplay to do that, to help players, to get players to help us clean up the game world. But yes, that's a new avenue that persistent entity streaming.
I pitched the idea of doing a "Don't Mess with Stanton" campaign as a mission chain that may actually come in, because I pitched it to the right people and they said, that's a good idea. So we might actually see something like that. For those of you who don't know, "Don't Mess with Texas," which is the famous line you hear a lot of times, it was actually an anti-littering campaign that was done here in Texas. And they had all these sorts of like weird, witty cans, like slogans set in cans, like "Feed me," I'm very trashy and stuff like that. It was a 1970s campaign. It was super inappropriate, but people loved it, and that's why it ended up with "Don't Mess with Texas." And so something like that would be kind of a fun way of doing it, plus giving you a little bit of money for throwing stuff away. So let me fix this real quick, but yeah.
Opens up.
All right, so we brought everyone up to speed on what PES is. Let's get to the updates. Now, last time we heard anything was from Chris's letter from the chairman back in May, where we'd just dropped something on the ground, shut the servers down, brought the servers back up, and it was still there. What's happened in the last 3 months?
Well, so the team, which is a fairly large team at this point, has been working really hard to get our first stage delivery to what we call game dev, which is our main branch. What that means is we've moved from a prototypical work branch into what everybody in the company is using to develop the game. And so that's the big achievement, is now the technology is in the game dev branch. So everybody is using it in day-to-day, day in, day out testing. So all the bugs appear, they're right in our faces. We fix them right away. It's been a bit of a crazy time, but that's the big achievement in the last three months, is that we've stabilized the technology enough so that the entire company can now be working on it.
Define crazy.
Define crazy, everything being on fire, this.
Thank you, Phase Kitten. Thank you, Dark Magnus, for those subs as well. And thank you, Inferno Droid, for that as well. Yeah, thank you all. Thanks for the raid again, X. So effectively, what he's saying is situation normal, all fucked up. It's just it's the status is everything is on fire, but they're in the middle of a forest fire, so everything should be on fire. It's just frustrating because you'd want that fire to be put out.
Technology touches on it.
But they lit the damn fucking forest on fire intentionally.
Every subsystem in the game. So transit was busted. Stuff was persisting in the wrong locations. You couldn't log into the game because obviously with PES comes a new login flow to get players into the game, because we need to bring your items into a new database. So that entire system was also rocky to get in, because there's a lot of cases to deal with, like timeouts if you have too many items, what happens if you have too many items, and dealing with all the different stages of the login, from authentication to you being actually spawning in the game. And so it's been a lot of debugging, encountering issues on different types of machines, because when we start, all the developers have some pretty good machines on those feature branches, but when we move to game dev, now we're exposed to all kinds of different hardware, and timing issues occur. Those are the weird ones to find. They're really difficult to trace, in fact. But so that's been the craziness, is getting exposed to way more machine types or users as well, right? Like the game requires a lot of resources to run when we develop locally, and so sometimes one service doesn't start on somebody's machine, and that causes all these crashes to start being reported, and now we have to investigate them. And so that's been a bit of it's the real time effect that makes it crazy. It's like we're not making technology in a bubble anymore where everybody's using it, and so that makes it really, really difficult to follow. But it's been fun finally get the technology in the hands of people that can really adjust it for the game and for the players. And so that's been fantastic.
So that's been the last couple months, but where are we at right now?
So right now on the technology side, we're in bug fixing mode, right? And identifying the elements that are left that are still, rough around the edges. So I don't want to call it polish. It's really bug fixing, bug testing, stabilization. Stabilization is the right word. That's what we're doing right now. So it's feature parity and making sure everything works the way it should. On the other side, there's a new team that's kicking in work, which is deployment teams, right? So this is taking the technology that we have working on a game dev build and locally, and basically breaking it up into a lot of small services that run in the cloud. So the operationalization of the technology, that's what we're really focusing on now. It's like a dependent project, right? So this allows us to basically bring the game to you guys. That's where we can do PTU. So PTU is a lot larger than a developer running the game on his machine. Even though there's tons of services when we go to the cloud, we've got operators that deploy that on multiple machines and scale this out. This is made to scale. So now it's about testing that that's true. So we've got the technology is working. Now we're trying to scale it out to the cloud, see, how many users we're taking in there, the weight of the entities, how many entities we end up having in the databases, can they reload fast enough?
All right, I'm going to translate a little bit of this. What he's saying, and he said it there kind of sneakily, which is how many players per server can we have and how many NPCs can we have before this whole thing lights on fire and explodes? And he mentioned it a little earlier. He said, talking about the transit system. The thing is that the way that the game's going to function with PES enabled is when no one's around a landing zone. If no one in the server is on a landing zone, that landing zone doesn't exist on the game server. Period. It does not exist. Those assets are completely gone and then stored on the persistent entity streaming. That whole different structure. All of those details, those locations and everything else like that. The problem is when you come, how the transit system works is that the transit system was always running because those entities still existed in the game server in the past. So they were just constantly running back and forth. And then just be streaming in and out of the clients as they got close to it. That's the server side and client side object container streaming. So they had to figure out how to get the transit system to work while it was technically not existing in the server. So, yeah.
Testing all of the facets of the assumptions that we had, but really getting this technology ready to be deployed for players to play on.
Has the recent change in server player counts had any effect on PES testing or its development?
Well, at first we thought it was going to have an effect, but the reality is the same amount of entities get stored, whether 100 players are simulated or 50. So no, for the moment there is no side effect to having more player caps because obviously there's more entities being changed, but ultimately for the same amount of players online, whether they're divided on 50, 100 players per server doesn't change anything for PES.
Great, awesome. But what's next? Where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here? It's a straight line to deployment, right? That's the only thing that matters right now is to make sure that the technology can run in the cloud properly, that it scales out, that if we have more players coming in, either in a short period of time or in a long period of time, that we can, add more provisioning, add more machines to run it, making sure it operates well at scale. So when, all of you guys are online to make sure that everything's functioning properly, that we recover from errors. This tech comes with a lot more observability than the previous systems that we had. So we have tons of graphs and data that's coming in from the system operating. And the teams need to get used to this to be able to identify problems, to be able to help support. We have a bunch of new tools that we're also working in the last stretch here to allow game support to help players that have issues. Character repair is something that we're starting to work on. mind the word here is not character reset, but character repair, which is something that we can now do that we could not do before. So that will allow us to not, just destroy people's inventories and items, but really go and fix one issue on so that they can keep playing. So we're trying to get that in before we launch it, because we think that would be very beneficial for if there are corruption events again. We're trying to. The technology is made to not have those, but look, better safe than sorry. But so that's really the work now. Is login flow and PES is just stabilization and deployment so that we can launch it. So it's beeline for 3.18 is all. It's like we're banging on it until it gets in properly.
Now, I know we don't like to do dates, but we got a whole lot of player testers waiting to help bang on the pipes. You wanna forecast anything?
Oh, no, I'm not even going to try to gamble on that one. I mean, we have it running in the cloud. It's running, right? But, before we're comfortable not sending the ETF team into a, just fire drill, that's going to be, there's a big difference between testers, internal testers, developers using the system, and when we get real users on it, it's completely different, right? And
I'm gonna kind of pump in here. I'm thinking that if you leave an item on the ground, it will stay there. Will actually be noticeable. Will actually be noticeable most players from one session to the next, as likely. I think you're saying actually won't be noticeable because you'll end up on a different server most times. Here's the thing: that's likely not how it's going to work, because they've already talked about how the server situation is going to work. They're going to use this system called matchmaking, which is already in the game, to filter you into a server that you were most likely have last been on, into a shard. Because once they introduce this, welcome to shards. Shards are in. Now the key is to merge those shards as much as possible until you have NA shard, AU shard, and EU shard. That's what they're going to hopefully go to the big up. Every single server, every single person in North America is going to that shard. That's their ultimate goal with server meshing and stuff like that. But the initial rollout of shards is just PES. So that matchmaking service could be tuned to allow you to just always pop back into that one shard. Shard number B1523245, that is your shard that it's going to most likely drop you in from now on, unless you're with another player who's in a different shard, then it'll move you to that different shard because of how the PES system works. I think they're going to try to get you to play on the same servers no matter what, unless there's something happens. So, I don't know. Have they talked about anything about fire propagation? That's the other thing he's pointing out here, is that there's more tools that are coming into place, and just all good signs.
So it's hard to say for me. Like I don't want to forecast it.
That's
you'd assume for 3.18 would have those regional shards. No, hell no, we're not going to have those regional shards for 3.18. That requires server meshing, because there are far more than 100 people who play in North America for Star Citizen a day. If their calculations last we saw was something like 5,000 players a day, or there's like 5,000 players an hour, or some ridiculous shit like that. Like there are a shit ton of people who play this game on a regular basis comparative to the size of the servers. So we're not going to have those regional shards until we have larger populations. Is Matchmaker also the thing that's going to try and put ganker? Yes, that's the same system.
That's fair. Now, before we let you go, I want to reiterate that PES isn't a traditional feature like players are used to. When it works, Star Citizen isn't going to look any different. It'll just be another step closer to functioning like we've always intended to. It's a major step forward in stability when all is said and done.
Yeah, I'm not saying we're not going to have wipes anymore, because there's always data changes that will require us to do that. But we're really hoping that the technology will allow us to have consistent data, which we don't always have right now. Every player's had horror stories of how they're losing their Moby glass or their eyes. Which is incidentally one thing I discovered in this project, is that if you don't have eyes, you don't see.
It's the what's his name? It's the Corinthian. I just watched Sandman, so
Markers in your visor. That's an interesting one.
Where we're going, we don't need eyes.
So trying to make sure that the data's, the technology will make sure that the data is safe and sound. So obviously less corruption. So that's the first thing we expect. Second one, stuff will persist. And to be honest, at this time, we don't totally know what that's going to mean when we put real players in it. Right. So
Right.
we do have life cycle systems and cleanups and all that stuff. Yes, we've planned for that, but we don't yet know what you guys will do with it. And that will greatly affect how the technology functions, right, in the end. So that's going to be interesting to see. So as a player, stuff you put on one server will stay there, right? It's there until that server gets, wiped manually. But by default, every server will just persist, Like you said, it's a stepping stone technology. Really what this means is behind the scenes, the simulation and the replication of the game. So simulation is the stuff that runs the physics and the rendering and the AI, right, is one thing. And the replication, which is sending updates and the state of all these entities as they're being simulated. This used to be like this, right? And now with PES and the game server, this is split into two. And that's the big achievement that PES allows us to do. Yes, we get persistent state. That's awesome. That's great. But the real thing is that we separate simulation from replication, and that allows us to do server meshing after that. And that's the reason why we're doing this.
All right.
All right, so I'm pausing right there. And he just explained what I've been trying to explain forever, and people don't seem to get it, which is that is the big thing for server meshing, but it also means performance boosts for individual servers, for not necessarily, maybe for players, but also for AI. Because if the game server doesn't have to load as many AI, it means that it can update faster, or load all of the entities in the entire universe. Even if it's like storing most of that in memory, it doesn't have to use all that memory space to store streamed out information. All that stuff is now just gone from the game server. The only thing the game server gives a shit about is what's in front of a player. So if you have 1 million entities, 2 million entities on Stanton, and players are only seeing 200,000 entities, that is 800,000 entities, or 1,800,000 entities that can just be fuck off somewhere else, and that the game server doesn't have to listen to. So that means that it won't be like a fat guy who overeats, like me when I overeat. Like, it won't be like that. It won't be slow. It'll be much faster to update a lot of these information, which means you can have more players. You can have more entities, meaning more AI. You can have more material. You can have more shit in the game because the game server doesn't care about that. And then when you start breaking up the universe into the different servers, you can have even less entities in those individual servers, which can increase the performance further and have more players. But you're always going to need to have the ability to have every single player in a shard in a single server. So this is a key factor for how many players can be on one single shard. Will determine how many players can be in one single server, starting with 3.18. Of course, there'll be other performance boosts later, but that's the key for this whole endeavor. This is the final, like, cornerstone that has to be laid for the game to actually function the way they want it to. There's other aspects of the game that needs to be made. But this is the pillar. This is the first of the last 4 pillars that needs to be placed, which are the bedrock of the actual gameplay. Not being able to turn the game on and fly around your ship, but being able to play a game that has consequences, that has reactions, all that sort of thing. So,
last question then. How do you feel?
Good. I feel good. Tired, but we're in the home stretch, so I'm happy. I'm happy about where we are. I'm happy that the company now can use the technology and see what it's like to persist everything. I mean, our dev servers are now littered with stuff flying around, which is cool. But I know I feel good. I feel encouraged. Also stressed out because we need to scale it, right? So it's that 10% that takes 90% of the time, right? So that's the effect I'm
That's a famous quote, and I'll explain it here in a moment, here for a bit, just because it's important to think. There is a saying in software development, and I think it's a saying in a lot of different groups and engineering in general, which is the last 10% of any project is as difficult as the first 90% of the project. Because a lot of any project you work on is the basic stuff. Think about a project you did at school, like a paper, like a poster. You need to have paper, you need to have pens, you need to have outline, a sketch, you need to have lots of different aspects. But once you start putting the actual stuff on paper, that takes almost as long as the prep phase, simply because you have to like individually draw out each picture, you have to write down the information, you have to make sure it's clean. Like that whole process is more time consuming. When I do a video, when I edit a video, 90% of the work is, first 90% is just recording and writing and recording. It's a ton of work. But then editing all that together is as much time as the writing and the recording put together. So if it takes me 3 hours to write and 30 minutes to record, it's going to take me about 3 to 4 hours to edit because of just the nature of how these projects work. So what he's saying is the first 90% of PES is finished. They built the damn thing. Now they got to scale it, which is going to be as hard as the first 90%, which is why I wouldn't suggest anyone start cracking open champagne bottles for 4.0 yet.
A bit stressed out for, but it's okay. I feel good about it.
All right, Benoit, thank you for your time, man.
Thank you, man.
So, what did we learn this week? Well, hopefully, it's that persistent entity streaming may not be the most visual of features, but it is the next big step in realizing a universe where players can truly leave their mark. The last major milestone that'll make server meshing possible, and that it's still heading your way in the upcoming Alpha 3.18. Now, thank you for taking this ISC detour with us this week, but don't worry, we've still got 4 more episodes left this quarter where we'll be covering things like hull stripping, cargo refactor, the new 600i and MSR crash sites, and more, as well as meeting the performance capture team and exploring their new facility next door. And then maybe we'll stop by.
This is another thing, but notice he said the performance capture team next door, he's at his new studio.
These people are talking to my people. We'll see what we can make happen.
He probably said Chris Roberts. That probably wasn't going to happen.
For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all next week.
All right, so this was very important. This is very important because I was going to do this last week and then I got sick. But this is actually even more solid in terms of my interpretation of what's going on with the 3.18. So, I think, I don't know. I'm going to do a capsule. I'm going to do the recording for the capsule. So give me a moment. Let me get everything set up properly. Good
news, everyone!
All right. Start recording. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right, a capsule, a small little segment, excuse me, of my Office Hours live stream. I'm not going to cut that because I'm getting over the spicy flu, the Rona, right now. It wasn't that bad, but my voice is kind of shot, so excuse me. This is a live stream, taken from my Office Hours live stream. A little segment of it that kind of pulls out for you who can't watch 4 hours of content, but come join us live on Thursdays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern, where we do this on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. Love to have you come by and join the conversation with chat and all these wonderful folks. So, talking about 3.18. There's been a lot of talk about what's going on, a lot of pitchforks being raised, torches being lit. The cycle that we're currently in, the old cycle is the patch has been out for a while. People gotten dried up and bored of the content, so they're now starting into the anger cycle until 3.18 drops. So let's go into what is 3.18. What's going on with 3.18? What the heck is going on? Where are these features they haven't talked about? Cargo refactor. There's what's going on. I'm mad and I demand answers because CIG is not being open enough for me. All right, if you're in that crew, come with me and we'll talk a little bit about what CIG is doing, and I agree with you a little bit about why CIG is screwing up a little bit. So let's first look at the release view. So let's see what's actually in 3.18. Now it's important to note, since the change in February, anything that's on the release view is got a high probability of making it. My guess is about 80% probability. That doesn't mean things won't slip off the release view, but they're trying to put on things only that they have almost guaranteed success of putting on. Last year, I think only one thing slipped from the release view when it was within one cycle, with one patch. So anything that's in 3.18 should be there. Big emphasis on should, because things can always happen and change. But these are things that CIG feels that is like 80% for sure going to make it for 3.18. So let's look at the first part, locations. We've got a Daymar crash site. We've got New Rivers in Stanton, which is going to Microtech and Hurston. Then we also have the Sand Cave archetypes, which is going to be throughout Stanton, and also, I believe the big one is Daymar, the big one they're putting on Daymar. And the Grey Cat PTV racetrack that was added this latest update. So we got that, which is going to be on Crusader in the same location as most recent Invictus launch week, designed for the Grey Cat PTV. So we have that going. So those are the locations. Locations aren't as important because I know you who are watching this goes, where's the gameplay? I don't care about fancy location, where's the gameplay? This is the next section, let's talk about the gameplay. Cargo system refactor. Refactor of the ship's cargo, which will allow both found and purchased cargo to be picked up and moved around and placed onto cargo grid of a ship. So, this is a big one. What does this mean? Well, let's go back to the office real quickly. This means nothing. I'm going to pour some water on y'all to cool off and hit you with a dose of reality. This means nothing in terms of gameplay. It means a lot for like pirates and such, but the actual change is likely not going to be much. It means most likely timers, because we don't yet have cargo elevators. Those are not going to come in 3.18. They're not probably coming in 3.19. They're probably at the earliest coming in the quarter one, which could be 4.0, but probably not. So that's a far way away. And we need cargo elevators to do a lot more of the cargo loop of like loading your own cargo, unloading your own cargo, those sorts of things. So this is effectively just being able to pick up the cargo you purchase rather than it being an invisible object, or sometimes visible, but you can go through it. For all of the cargo stuff. That's the cold dose of reality for that. They said that they're going to talk about it with ISC soon. They haven't talked about it at all, which does send some bad messages because it means that they are avoiding talking about it. The only thing they talked about it was earlier, and it was very work in progress sketches of the HUD. But that doesn't mean anything. It's the way that video game development works is off. It's not a predictable pattern. Every company is going to work differently, and they're all going to have different priorities and the way they work. Some companies can change HUDs every week. You can find companies, games in the past, like Battlefield, I've been following for a while. Watch old Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 videos from their E3 coverage, and then compare their HUDs on those E3 coverages, which is often 6 months before release, or even like a beta, old Battlefield betas, and then compare those HUDs to the release when they're like 3 to 4 months away. HUDs change all the time. Things get dropped last minute. It happens a lot. So like HUDs and those sorts of things aren't as complicated if you have the back-end structure to support them. And CIG does have that now. So it's hard to tell where it is in development. But I think the cargo refactor system is a milestone, not really going to be much of a gameplay changer. Let's look at the other ones. Sandbox prison activity. Expansion to prison gameplay with new suite of missions and sandbox activities to give inmates more opportunities to earn merits or to aid their escape from prison. This is what they talked about last week. It's just a expansion of the gameplay possibilities for prisons. Good, but still probably lacking. I don't think people who regularly go to prison will necessarily want to do these missions, because I don't think CIG is going to make them very worthwhile. It's not how CIG develops or how they balance, sadly. So I think this is more of just giving you more options for those of you who are constantly stuck in prison. So it's not really gameplay as much as just expanding what we have now, and it's only for a very small niche audience that I don't think much exists in Star Citizen right now, because it's not connected to the reputation gameplay or anything else like that. This is just more stuff to do in prison. Then we have Security Post Korea activation. Security Post Korea will be taking a more central role in Stanton security. Crusader Security have moved in a full-time staff and have begun storing confiscated contraband aboard. The station will be off limits to all civilians unless given prior authorization. We got this information pretty recently, actually I think last week. There's going to be a mini jump town in SPK. It is a player-activated event where you can pull out contraband, like drugs, from a device, but only after you have landed, killed everyone on board the station, killed a specific like lieutenant, the person in charge of the security post, get their keypad, unlock the contraband device, and then it'll start spitting out contraband for you to use. And in the meantime, that will activate a mission for anybody who is in the area to come to SPK to fight those people. So it's going to create a PvP event going on in SPK, probably 24/7, because people will be doing this all the time. They also have made it so that SPK is the only place where you can hack your crime stat. So if you get a crime stat for parking improperly, you're going to have to go up against Avenger 1 to get their crime stat removed, or you're just going to go to jail. Again, it's gameplay. It's definitely gameplay for PvP players. I don't think it's going to be a great addition for everybody, but it's probably the first real instance of sitting here going, this is gameplay that's going to matter in the game. But it's a slight revision, a kind of an evolution of what we've already had. So it's nothing like span-tanking new. It'll be fun, I'm sure, but again, keeping your expectations. New missions, Orison. Bounty, Assassinate, Clear All, and other missions to take place on the platforms of Siege of Orison, which in the future will be distributed across the planet of Crusader to create further content. This is where they're going to take Siege of Orison, and they're going to split it up into a bunch of different locations, and so you're going to have mini Sieges of Orison, where you're just going to go kill the lieutenant or go pick up an object at that location in Orison. So it's going to be just a slight variation. This is something people ask for. It's a nice little addition, good little NPC stuff. So, but again, it's an evolution of what we've already had. New interdiction scenarios, adding new variations and difficulty levels of interdicting scenarios that players will come across while quantum traveling. This has directly to do with PES. This is, we'll talk about this in a moment, but this is a direct result of being able to separate your persistence, the memory of any server, and the actual gameplay aspect of a server, which is, again, an evolution of what we have, but more using the new technology, which is pretty cool. Then the environmental space missions. Implementation of new missions and scenarios that players will encounter as they wander around the space. Missions that appear will be based on the probability volumes that the player are currently in. This is probability volumes and quanta. These are new quanta missions which are being added to the verse. They currently exist in terms of combat missions. It looks like we're going to have more variations of that, a slow evolution of that system. Again, similar to what we have right now, but a little bit bigger. And lastly, salvage hull stripping. This is the big Bama Jamma, the thing that they've been talking about for a while, but hold. Chill those hype thrusters. This is not salvage. This is step 1 of 3 for salvage. Hull stripping is simply being able to take the exterior plating of a ship and rip it out. It turns it into goo, and that goo can then be used to repair ships that have damages on their hulls. So it is also sneakily the first version of repair. We'll see if it managed to reverse the devices to determine the repair ships, but it's more like a minor repair, not a full repair. You won't get a perfect hull, you'll get like a nasty scar across your ship. But it adds the first step towards that, kind of similar to the cargo gameplay. It's the first step in the system. So that's the big gameplay stuff that's being added. Some large gameplay additions, but a lot of evolutions of gameplay we currently have. So it's going to be probably bigger, the biggest patch we'll have all year, but it's important to keep those in mind. All right, Drake Vulture. Gonna add it in there. We also know that the Drake Vulture and the Retaliator, no, the Reclaimer are going to be able to use their ship devices to hull strip, but not to break the hulls, not the claw to crack the ships in half, that kind of stuff. That's not going to happen yet, or to extract the modules. Then there's the multi-tool salvage attachment, plus a multi-tool backpack, which they kind of showed off. And lastly, Core Tech, this is the big one, persistent entity streaming. Implementation of persistent entity streaming, core technology into Star Citizen, making use of services such as Entity Graph and Replication Layer. This will allow every dynamic object in the game to fully persist across all servers, irrelevant of whether it was owned or held by a player. I'm going to try to break this down to explain to you as best as I can why this is important to understand, especially with the most recent Inside Star Citizen, which talks about this. I suggest go watch it. It'll be linked right up there. Go click that video. Go watch it if you're watching this after the fact. We just watched it live here on Twitch and YouTube, so you can watch. If you're watching this on the large playback, it's already there. But if you're on the capsule stuff, go there, watch that first. This is important because this is the first pillar. Everything else I just said before is nice. This is necessary. This is required for the game to function. Without PES, Star Citizen as they had planned cannot function. That doesn't mean that if it doesn't work, they can't find other reasons. The original version of this was iCache. That didn't work, so they had to go to a brand new system. But they didn't explain it like that because they knew that was going to freak people out. And that's the problem. This is where we're getting into kind of CIG's communication problems, which has a lot to do with them being developers and not PR folk. But this means that anytime a server is loaded up with stuff, entities, anything, it will no longer be stored on the dedicated game server, DGS. Right now, the DGS is all you have. You go on Star Citizen, you play your game, you wake up, you go call your ship, you fly away, you drop your ship off, your friend comes picks you up in a bigger ship, and you leave your 100i on the surface of Daymar. That ship will remain there in the DGS's memory forever until that server crashes and then wipes everything off of it. That's one of the reasons why AI get derped, why servers start to slow down and cause weird bugs and other glitches, is because the memory has to build up because the servers have to save all of the stuff that's happening inside them on their local memory. Now, with 3.18, they're going to disconnect those two. So, unless the player is actively involved in doing something, the DGS doesn't care. Everything else is handled by the entity streaming and replication layer. That's it. They deal with everything. This, in theory, should improve the performance of the game. Because right now, let's just say Star Citizen's dealing with 2 million entities per DGS. If players are dispersed in a random area, every single one of those entities has to be activated or stored in that local DGS. But with the activation of this, if players are not in that area, that DGS doesn't care. It's not in its local memory. It's pushed off to this other service. So, yeah, it's completely separate, which means the DGS can focus on only the entities that the players can interact with, which should reduce that number from 2 million to, let's just say, 180,000 or even 1 million entities. That means the server load is cut by half, which should allow for more NPCs, more players, faster and less derpier NPCs, and better performance in small areas, server-side performance. This may not have anything to do with your client side. If your client can't run Star Citizen, this won't fix that. But it should improve the gameplay experience. And without this, you can't have server meshing. And server meshing, you take this concept and you just extrapolate it onto server after server after server, which is weaved together, streaming in and out. That's why you can have 3 mega shards that control North America, Australia, or the Oceania, and Europe, because those shards are only dealing with like smaller DGS servers inside of them and the persistent entity streaming in the back. That's how you make that work. But without PES, none of this is possible. So this is the first step, and that's why it's taking so long. All right, we've kind of broken down all this stuff. What does this mean overall? Well, it means that CIG is not releasing 3.18 anytime soon. And they don't want to tell you that they're not releasing 3.18 anytime soon because they're afraid you are going to have a negative reaction. Because CIG is allergic to bad news. To be fair, most of us are. But they won't come out and tell you that 3.18 is probably not coming out in September. That we might see ETF come out in October around CitizenCon. I can almost guarantee you that they are planning on releasing some form of 3.18 at CitizenCon. That is not an option. There is no negotiation on that part. CIG is going to release either Evocati or Wave 1 PTU at CitizenCon. Whether it's ready or not, it's coming. And whether or not it's ready for IAE, it's coming out in IAE. I would be very surprised if CIG had the stomach to hold back a release of 3.18 before IAE. That's their biggest marketing of the year, and they want to release a 3.19 for some reason. So those are the dates that I would look at, because those are the hard-coded dates that CIG will have to do something about. And I say it'll probably be around it within that week. Very rarely will CIG miss around those dates. They try to hit those dates pretty closely and tend to do that. So overall, 3.18 is an important patch. We all knew this. If you're new to the community, welcome. This is an important patch. It's a critical patch. It has gameplay. It has some evolutions of gameplay, some new gameplay, but it's not the final game. At the same time, don't expect it anytime soon. If you're saying, oh, I want to take some time off for the Wave 1, don't. And if you're getting frustrated and burned out on this right now, the reason why 3.17.2 is still in PTU, and yes, it still has PTU, is because CIG is trying to stabilize the patch as much as humanly possible so that they're prepared for 318, which could last the entire year. I sincerely doubt we will see a 318 still in PTU by the end of the year. I don't doubt that we will have a 318 PTU before the end of the year after a 318 has already been released. But let me know what you think in the comments below. Am I crazy? Am I too optimistic? Am I too pessimistic? I want to hear your thoughts in the comments below, and I also want to hear your thoughts here live on Twitch and on YouTube. Join us live Thursdays, and if you enjoyed this, hit that like button. Excuse me, again, getting over this. Hit that like button, because if you hit that like button, it will promote the video, and that video will then be sent to more people. Because if you are like so many of my other viewers who say, YouTube's never told me anytime your videos come out, well, that's because you haven't hit that subscribe button, or you haven't hit that bell icon, and you have to hit that like icon. Every time you see the video, you have to hit that like button. Then YouTube goes, you like it, you've watched it, you want to see this more people like you. Let's find more people like you and promote this video. That will help spread the word, get the word out there, and get this video out to more eyes and to your eyes, because YouTube will then say, hey, do you like this video? We're going to watch this. So thank you again for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. I'll be right back, y'all. Don't go anywhere. Whew, I need more water. Like I said, I'm fine. It's just when I talk too much, my voice just kind of goes bleh. And then I cough for a bit, and then I'm fine. Go back.
Good news, everyone!
Two words. Distress bacon.
Weapons free, y'all!
Two words. Distress bacon.
I'm flying. I'm pilot.
Dedicated law complicated is a complicated profession.
Drugs.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Vegeta's wares, if you have coin.
I'm flying. I'm pilot.
Hello, I like money. I like money.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Good news, everyone!
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm out.
I'm flying. I'm pilot.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Drugs.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Good news, everyone.
Drugs.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Good news, everyone.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Weapons free, y'all.
It's 100% not shop chat.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
A complicated profession.
I will turn that off, chat.
I'm I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Got myself a cough drop for this. All right, how y'all doing? Let's talk about that. But it's tradition. Yes, I know. I had transformed into a chair. Yeah, sorry I wasn't out. I wasn't here last week. Turns out I got the Rona. So, for those of you coming in late, I rested last week. So, I'm better now. I just have a lingering light cough and congestion, but that could be anything from Rona to just allergies. You had me at Corona. Nothing new. I haven't experienced a lingering cough in the past. It's not that bad. Got plenty of cough drops. I'll be fine. Yeah, this allergy season's been bad. That's the real big problem. And for those of you, I actually talked with Tomato about this. He's like, why do you think it's allergies? It's just a little late in the year, right? And I'm like, no. Austin is terrible. There is 1 month out of a year which is not allergy season, which is September. And it still kind of crosses over. Because cedar season starts in October, and grass, weed, and those sorts of pollen season ends in September. So. Don't live in Austin, Darj. Never move here, because Cam didn't have allergies before we moved to Austin, and when she moved here, she got allergies. People develop allergies because you're so constantly bombarded by pollen here in Austin. Ragwood is still the worst for me when I was living in Dallas. Yeah, I work in Southeast New Mexico now, aka extra West Texas, and every time I come down here, my allergies flare up. Yeah, it's because it's dry. Because it's not consistent. It can be dry, it can be humid, it can be both the same day. And then people think, oh, well, New Mexico is a desert, right? No, New Mexico is not a desert. Some parts of it are, other parts of it are like forests. So you have lots of different, or even grasslands. So you've got lots of different seasons going around, so yeah. Every season is weed season if you try hard and believe in yourself. Hey, thank you for giving that sub to Ionic Force there first, Tasty. I didn't see that earlier. Solitude. I used to be a space adventurer like you until I took an elevator to the knee. Ah, elevators. That's the thing I didn't mention. 318 should fix the elevator problem, at least partially. One of the reasons why I think elevators aren't working properly is because they're faster than they used to be. So because they're faster, their load-in times are slower, which sounds weird, but if an elevator is moving at a certain speed, there's a couple of ticks can pass by before the elevator arrives and the door opens. So you didn't have as many elevator issues. Now that the elevators are sped up, that difference is shorter, which means that there's less of a time for it to load in, which means that if there's any delay in the ticks, you'll open up into nothing. So if they improve performance in the servers, that should improve the elevators as well. Oh God! Little Jimmy Noob. My little Jimmy Noob is 100% Mickey Mouse, and I will not take any questions about it. My only hope is they fix the problem with weapons bypassing shields while ships are moving. I think that also has to do... here's the problem, and here's the reason why we have so many bugs that are hard to pin down. It's not that QA doesn't catch them. It's not that CIG doesn't know about them. It's that they don't have time to chase down bugs when they don't know if that bug is a symptom of the game engine, like a legitimate coding error, or if it's an issue with legacy code interacting with new code, or even just a performance issue, an issue where the server sucks ass. Because if that's the case, they can't do anything about it until the server performance improves. And server performance can cause lots of things, desync, lag, and those things can also cause going through objects like the planet. So, like, that's the issue. Is that a lot of the problems that people have that state is the number one issues they have with Star Citizen, especially when they first start, are often issues with the server. That has nothing to do with CIG being able to code better. It just requires them to get the new server tech in, which they just now have to have able to do so. But they said they removed all the syncs to fix desync. That is 100% a way that CIG would fix that problem, though. CIG's way of fixing problems is, if they don't know how to fix it immediately, they just remove the item that's causing the problem in the first place. Let me give you an example. The ladder is broken on the Avenger. The ladder is broken on the Avenger. It's causing people to glitch out and not get in that. And it's consistent enough that players can't get in. It's not actually true, I don't think, but it's an example, right? How does CIG fix it? You can't get into the Avenger on the ladder anymore. They'll just prevent you from getting on the ladder. It's the old doctor joke where, like, Doc, it hurts every time I do this. Then don't do this. That's how they bug fix. All right, let's pull the winner for the last week's monthly giveaway as well. Do not say the name of the patron of the House of the Mouse. You will bring the day upon reckoning upon us. I will bring down the House of the Mouse. You can fight me, Mickey. I will bring us all to ruin. All right. Once I pick this winner, we'll talk a little bit about 318 and what y'all think about my take on that. All right, winner. The winner is... I have 220 people. All right, I have the full name. They have their full name as the YouTube channel. I know they're in Florida. Let's see if they have another one. This is a very well-known pupper. I know them very well. Randir Lom. Congratulations, Randir Lom. You have won the 400i for this. Are you in chat? If not, I will message you on Discord anyways. Congratulations there, Randir. Randir Lam, all one word. On, there you are. Tell me what email I should send the 400 out to, and I'll send it to you. I give the House of Mouse way too much of my money, more than I give CIG even. Yeah. We expect there to be size 4 guns on the front of it, ASAP. And so it's on the front of what? The 400? Yeah, this is the special one. This is the Stella Fortuna one. Ed, send me a DM on Discord and I'll send it to you. If you didn't win, that's okay. We're still giving away a Centurion LTI game package. Yes, game package Centurion with 95 USD. Exclamation point September in chat for those of you who are interested in winning. And if you're in YouTube land, I'll put it in the YouTube comments here in a moment. Copy. Here you go. Boom, there's a link for all of those you in YouTube land. What other games do I play? Well, recently I've been playing a lot of RimWorld because I enjoy colony simulators. I played Going Medieval because I enjoyed colony simulators. I'm looking forward to Dark Tide, which is the 40K version of Vermintide. And I paint minis as a hobby. I played a lot of different games in the past. I haven't played a lot of games recently because when I'm either working on Star Citizen, obviously I play Star Citizen, but I'm either working on Star Citizen stuff, I'm playing Star Citizen, I'm like working on channel stuff, playing Star Citizen, painting minis, or hanging out with my wife. So, and I do 40K minis. I always do these updates at the beginning of every, this one's, it's green, so it's seen through, but yeah. I also have an entire guard army, which I have reinforcements to paint. But I finished all my Tau recently, all the Tau that I've collected as the start of the year. And Blood Bowl! Blood Bowl! Vermintide is Warhammer Fantasy. Dark Tide is Warhammer 40K. Never played Blood Bowl? It's got a reputation for being overly complex. It's not that complex. It's not that difficult. If you've played like Dungeons and Dragons, it's not too different from, in terms of like the basic understanding of rolling dice and having actions happen. The complexity comes from tracking a team. It is literally fantasy football. Literally fantasy football. Like, it is fantasy football and fantasy football with fantasy football. That's the joke. And each team you play, you can customize it. You can add like heroes and stuff like that, depending on the faction. It's if you took a tabletop RPG, a tabletop war game, and turned it into football. Lotkar Ogar. Yeah, American football. Made by a British company, strangely enough. And so the thing about playing Blood Bowl is you play it in a league with like 3 or 4 other people. And you play over time, and you change all those, like you get that consistent gameplay. And if players have a chance to get hurt or killed, and then you have to replace them, but the players also level up over time. You can train them, you can give them points, and they can get better at certain actions. So as the season goes on, your team becomes better and better as you get more money per win or per lose. You get a certain amount of money for every game. And then you play against other players. So like you can have teams that are necessarily weak, like Skaven. Well, Skavens are actually pretty good. Like Snotlings or Halflings, who are fairly stunty, is what they're called. But they can also, if you play them right, because they have so many and they're so numerous and so cheap, that if you use the right kinds of plays, you won't win many games, but you'll undercut enough players that they'll lose players, that means they'll lose other games, and you'll end up in the top 3 because you have players and they don't, because you've constantly shanked them, literally, so that all their star players get killed or get messed up, and you're able to bring on more volume. Quantity has a quality all its own kind of thing. So it's that kind of like, there's multiple levels. It's a pretty simple game, but as you play it in a league, shit goes nuts. And that's where the skill level elevates, is trying to play a really interesting league game and learning how to like train your people and what you do, that kind of stuff. Do you think Warhammer will have a digital option similar to D&D? It already does. It's called Wrath and Glory. Are you talking about like a digital option to play on? They exist, but they're not sanctioned. You can play Warhammer and Warhammer 40K on Tabletop Simulator, but they're not sanctioned play by Warhammer. Unlike D&D, like Wizards, which has like its own modules on like Roll20 and stuff like that, you can purchase. Which I think is a mistake by GW, but GW is a company where its marketing team, its designers, and the lower level customer-facing employees understand the modern realities of business in gaming. But one step above them, the managers and the C-level employees, and especially their legal team, have no fucking idea what they are doing. Maybe some of them do, but a lot of them are idiots. And it shows quite frankly. And I know a lot of people say, well, the balance is wrong. It's like, no, it's not. The balance is fine. The way that the gameplay is designed is fine. They're just limited by what the corporation, the corporate heads, and the bigwigs are willing to do. They seem to just not understand that digital distribution is a thing now. And they're really reticent to even embrace digital futures because they're afraid it's going to cut down on their model count. I hate to say this, but like, Wizards of the Coast has been making Dungeons and Dragons in digital form for almost a decade now. They're doing better than they've ever done before. Maybe instead of absolutely shitting on your content creators on a routine basis, try and reach out to them and utilize them, and don't threaten them by threatening to sue them every time they make a fan animation and make $500 on it. Maybe don't do that. So, do I think they'll ever do a digital form of Warhammer, like fantasy and 40K? I think eventually they'll have to, but not with the current management in charge of GW. It's just what they just don't understand. They're getting better. They're getting better. Yeah, the WTC has been trying to make the full official. They've been trying to do that since 4th edition. I remember them talking about it in 4th edition, and it's been put off because they haven't had the money for it. But I mean, they've got a movie coming out. They've had an official, semi-official animation with Critical Role Critical Role has been a huge business. They had official tie-ins with major media properties like Stranger Things. They have embraced new media to a degree that very few even video game companies have. And they are doing fantastic as a result. They know where to cut the fat and where to expand. Everything can be purchased anywhere. If you have an online connection, you can get every single book the second it comes out. But you can also get a hardcover book. It's not like their hardcover books are disappearing. And I know Warhammer isn't the same as Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons is a completely different beast. It's like the difference between YouTube and Twitch. The actual streaming market of Twitch is nuts compared to YouTube. But that doesn't mean that YouTube is worse than Twitch. In fact, most of the time, YouTube is better than Twitch in terms of the tools and other analytics and other abilities that they give you for streaming. Warhammer could be doing the exact same thing. They could be doing better than Wizards of the Coast and improve their profits, but they're too stuck in 1999 to see it. I swear to God, their lawyer, the head of their legal team, is like 75 years old and thinks a computer is used for spreadsheets. The last computer he had was an Apple II. Like, that's what it feels like with those people. There's still some. I understand the 3D printing thing, and Darj, I know, if he's still in the chat, will probably agree with this. 3D printing is great, but it requires money, time, and energy, both personal energy and actual power, and experience. Someone who's just buying a 3D printer is never going to get the same quality of prints as somebody who's making them professionally, initially at least. It'll take time and energy to do that, and screwing up prints, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of other factors. When you factor all of those factors in, GW isn't terrible. They're pretty, you're going to have a pretty similar ratio in terms of cost with minis to 3D printing over time. You just have more options with 3D printing because you can just print more than just minis. You can print anything that you want. And especially if you get good at it, it's great. This is just a fine thing to have. I'm looking to get one myself. It's just, I understand the argument, but I also understand, like, some people just want to paint their Warhammer and that's it. They don't want to deal with, resin and dealing with toxic ass resin and then having to clean and harden or UV harden, all that kind of stuff. All of the processes of making it, plus failed prints and all this other things. The amount of time I spent tinkering with 3D printers is insane. Literally entire days getting into work again. Yeah. Yeah, if you get good at it, you can improve. But you really want to be a 3D printing hobby enthusiast rather than just being a mini hobby enthusiast to do something like that. Sure, injection molding is more expensive, but tooling, I print. Okay. But tooling gives better results, yeah. Eventually, 3D printing is going to get to that degree where consumer-grade printers are as good as injection molding. It will happen. Somehow in the future, it will happen. And the cost of printing will be low enough that it's $100 to get into printing and pretty cheap resin. That's just where it's going to go. That could happen. The problem is that could happen in 10 years. That could happen in 50 years. We don't know that at what point that's going to happen. But it's the writing is on the wall. It's just a matter of when. And the problem I have with GW is that GW does not want to embrace that fact. They want to pretend that they're going to be the best model makers forever. And we're way off Star Citizen content. But that's what I like to point out. So. Yeah, they sell their minis for way too much. They could be doing what other people are doing, which is doing 3D printing for cheaper models. And they could also sell 3D printing files to people for an expensive price. People will purchase the rights to print 5, like a box of Space Marine assault team, like a Space Marine intercessors. People will buy a STL file of Space Marine intercessors for $200. That's insane price. That's 4 times the cost of an actual model kit. But then you can make as many intercessors as you want. You probably won't make more than 4 or 5, so it won't be that much of a discount, but it'll still be high. Which one? Which new Warhammer game? Are we talking Darktide? I want it now. I'm going to be playing it here on the stream. I'll be playing it with Loken and with other people like that. I'm going to bribe, beg, borrow, or steal anyone at Fat Shark to get access to that as early as humanly possible. If I can get it on that first wave before everyone else gets it, playing it, I will do it. But yeah, back into the Star Citizen stuff. What do you think? What is your thoughts on 318? When do y'all think it's going to release? Or what questions do you have about it releasing? Because I firmly believe we won't see... I think at this point, the earliest we're going to see Evocati even is CitizenCon. I think that's when we're going to see Evocati, is at CitizenCon. Which means... we're going to see Wave 1 PTU release around the beginning of November. I'd almost be certain that IAE will be first release, but I could be wrong there too. $318 for any August next year release. Yeah. No, I think what I'm concerned about is I'm wondering why the fuck they have 319. Because the longer it takes to get 318 even to Evocati, the more it's going to be likely that we won't even have a 319. But I know CIG, and I know they're going to pull some absolute dumb shit, and I hate that. I know they do it because their heart is in the right place, I guess you can say. But consistently, I fear that they are abusing their staff members around the holidays to crunch to get a product that nobody cares about and that nobody is really interested in experiencing, which is the end of the year patch. Because all of the stuff that's cool about the end of the year patch gets sucked out by the time it comes around. And there's nothing but small fixes and small additions, which are broken when they release, are completely broken over the holiday season, and then take months to fix in January and February because everyone's busy doing other shit, and delays the patch in the springtime even further and causes more delays and makes it even worse for the next year's fourth quarter patch. I feel like this is a cycle that's bad that no one has picked up on in CIG because no one talks to each other the way that in a way that makes sense comparative to where like our outside perspective of what we're seeing. We don't need a Q4 patch, period. We need a Q4 patch to be a 3.17.2 at best. More likely a .x patch of the year. We only need 3 patches a year. Con, I was hoping for 318 would come before my summer break was over, but oh well. Now I'm going to come back to Star Citizen in January, hopefully to 4.0. Don't come back in January. 4.0 is not coming out in January. 4.0 at the earliest is coming out in April. At the earliest, we'll see 4.0 come around Invictus. But I think we're not going to see 4.0 until next fall. I think we're going to see a 319, a 318, and then 319 is likely going to get pushed back, or they'll release a garbage 319, which is actually 318 dot whatever. And then 319 will be the, then we have a 320, we'll have a 321, and then we'll have a 4.0. Yeah, 4.0 will be next CitizenCon. The copium answer is March. Trust me on this one. No one thinks 4.0 is coming out in January. Copium answer is March. And it's going to have the same cycle as 318, where it's going to take over a quarter for them to get 4.0 out. They've even said that. Funny thing is, I usually, in my own mind, beg CIG during the quarter 4 patch to just make it smoother and optimize and fix bugs. I mean, that's what I think most people want. Is just do a .x patch with a bug fix. Don't add new things. Don't go crazy. You know, if anyone's like, oh, well, we got this thing, it's done, it's ready to go, just like, cool. We'll put it in the next patch after the break is over. You'll have some more time to test it. Get it done. Put it into the new branch. We'll branch it in whatever earlier, whatever, and go away. Stop thinking faster than I thought. Then I can type. Yeah. Wow. It's a delay. There's a delay in the stream. Why dream a patch never come out that may pass through in 1.0 directly? 1.0 we already had a 1.0 alpha. We'll have a 1.0 beta, and we'll have a 1.0 live, 1.0 final. I honestly do believe that once 4.0 is out, the next patch, or we might have a 4.1 and maybe a 4.2, but I doubt we're going to go beyond that. I think we're likely going to see a 1.0 beta around that time. I don't care about the bugs since it's an alpha. Well, that's not the issue. The issue is new content getting pushed out at the end of the year is a problem, because unlike other patches where they can give a little, you know, like 3.17.2 was supposed to come out in July and it came out at the end of August. It's still not fully out. It's September and it's still not fully out. It's 3 months late because they want to kind of tackle it a little bit more. That's fine. There is no wiggle room at the end of the year. They have a hard cutoff date for the quarter 4 patch. It has to be done before they leave for break in December, because they have a 2-week break in December, then they come back in January. So whatever that quarter 4 patch done. So if there is any slippage whatsoever in patches, that quarter 4 patch has maybe 3 weeks to be developed. That's not enough time to branch a patch, to add content to it, and to release it live. That's just not possible. To test it and release live, it's impossible. There's no point in adding new content if it doesn't function, if it doesn't even test what you need to test it at, and it takes 3 months later to get it even working properly. Just don't release a patch until you have content ready to go. So just worry about the patches you can fuck up on and wiggle 4 months in between. And you'll have a better experience for players, and you'll be able to test it better because it'll be more complete. I'm also a very large portion of the community. Also a very large portion really now do care about the bugs. I mean, they're the loudest part of the community, but I don't know if they're the largest portion. Question, do you think we'll see sunset of wipes in beta before 1.0 live? I think they'll try to. I think when we see beta come out, it'll be they'll the wipes we'll see will be economy based. It'll mostly be them, because beta will be them testing out to see what the economy can do. But I also think that once they reach beta, they're soft launched. I think Star Citizen will soft launch in 2 years when Squadron 42 is out. In 2025 is when Squadron 42 is coming out. In 2025 is when I think beta is going to come out for Star Citizen. It'll come out the same or close to the same day as Squadron 42 reaching live. And then Star Citizen is not going to say it's released. It's just going to say beta is out, and they're going to say we are no longer planning on wiping. And then effectively it's the game. The game is out. It's not going to wipe unroutinely. They're done wiping because they do want to do their best to get to that point. They're trying to get to that point where they don't have to wipe anymore. They're desperately trying to do that. So I mean, I think they would have been fine with the delays. I think the letter from the chairman might have made things as far as what community was things worse as far as the community was expecting. I don't think the letter from the chairman was that bad. I think the problem was that it set poor expectations for the community. The letter itself set poor expectations because Chris Roberts was like, "Oh yeah, we're going to drop 3.17.2, which will replace 3.18, and then shortly after we'll do 3.18, and it'll be in testing forever." Which that sounded to me like 3.17.2 was going to come out in August, 3.18 was going to come out 2 weeks later in Evocati, and then just stay there forever. When in reality, 3.18 wasn't fucking ready at all. It wasn't even close to being ready. They should have just delayed 3.18. They should have just pulled all the stuff from 3.18 and put it in 3.19. But doing so would admit that they fucked up their calculations again, which they do every fucking year in the middle of the year, and that they couldn't do that. So instead, they just delayed the whole fucking patch. When was the in-games Chris Roberts born? We don't know, but it was 2034 was when he founded RSI. He died in the late 21st century. I think before the 22nd century, or maybe the early 22nd century. So let's just say he was around 90, let's say he was 100 years old. Which means that he was likely born in 2000 or in the early 2000s. If this was the Star Citizen universe, Chris Roberts would likely be in his late teens, early 20s. Wiping too much causes chafing. Lols. Yes. Not wiping wouldn't happen until PES and server meshing are both properly in. That's correct. And I don't think we're going to see that until both of those being fully in until 3 years from now. I think we'll have dynamic server meshing in like fall of 2024. CIG can consistently hit those pillars once per year. I don't trust them to hit it multiple times a year. I might be wrong. Could be wrong. But so far, CIG has not been shown to be correct in most of their estimations. I'm sure there's many other factors that factor into it. I'm not saying they're lying to your face and being like, hey, give us money. But I do think that they're wrong and they're overly optimistic about their expectations. And they intentionally don't tamper down on it until people kind of go to them and say, you should tamper down on your expectations. We used to say, shut the fuck up, Chris, because every time Chris opened his mouth, people would take it as a promise. And I think the letter for the chairman did two things. One, it set expectations that they weren't going to be able to achieve, which was a problem. And two, it also proved to people who constantly say Chris Roberts and CIG doesn't know what they're doing, that they don't know what they're doing. when I don't think that's the case. I think they do know what they're doing, but I also think that they're overly optimistic. I thought it was 2108. Yeah, I couldn't remember the exact date. So that's, yeah, the early 22nd century. So if he was 100, that means he was born in 2008, because we don't know his actual date when he died. There's no definitive hard stuff on that. Which means that he would have founded RSI when he was in his early 20s, which means he's currently like 14 or like 10. No, 2018 would be 10. Yeah, 14. Morning there, Guardian. I meant when the company was founded is when the game will release. Oh, 2034? Yeah. It's not my lore. It's CIG. This is all official Star Citizen lore. I just read it. I just report it. We know major patches in March and November. Out of the threat, it's tiny. The rest of it's tiny. Yeah, I guess so. Honestly, I think we'll get wiping until all the game bases for gameplay loops are in. I think CIG will. All right, this is going to be my more hopeful side. I don't think it's going to take CIG as long as people think to produce gameplay. The biggest hurdle for gameplay is that Squadron 42 is the priority. And so any gameplay is going to be focused on Squadron first and then Star Citizen second. And not all the pillars are in. But the last two pillars that matter, or I should say the last three pillars that matter, is server meshing, or is PES, server meshing, and Quanta. All three are being worked on. We're likely to see all three be in a significant state of completion by next year. So, PES being in alone will allow things like salvage, trading, so many other aspects to open up. More players per server, more NPCs to be more reactive, more stuff in general. And CIG can make gameplay. We know they can. We've seen them do it when they have those people, tasked for working on those systems. The issue is a lot of the background systems need to be in place for those things to go on. It makes no sense to do bounty hunting gameplay until you can have server meshing function the way that it's supposed to. Because if you're, what happens if an NPC is in a different server from where you are? You need to go to that server and hunt that NPC. But how does that? The Quanta system needs to be in place to be able to turn that AI into a Quanta to make it more persistent. There's so many other factors that are in place that are in the back end, not the gameplay itself. You need to get those functioning first to be able even to talk about the front end aspect of that game. And that's the same thing with every gameplay loop. But with those gameplay loops being more or less finished in the next 12 months, or those backends being finished in most of 12 months, those gameplay loops can start to be developed now and move into those places with their final versions, or at least first versions. Bounty Hunter V2 is copium. It's not coming out until 4.0. That's one of those situations where like Chris dropped that and there was no evidence any of that was being worked on, period, anywhere. It's like, that shit ain't coming out until the end of next year. I just listen to Lore Work and do my best to remember the dates. Yeah, I don't remember the dates either. I'm terrible at the date remembering. I know generally speaking. I know the big important ones, but I don't know all of them. Will PES allow them to make events where they have to evacuate a burning station in a combat zone? Likely. It'll improve the ability to. You'll be able to do fire propagation easier because it'll be less entities that the server has to deal with. It'll allow them to have more AI. It'll allow to have more stuff in the servers, in the game servers, to function like that. So probably. Every service requires 12 others. Yeah, and that's the problem. That's just games. But the thing is that up till now, most of those services are done. The last 3 major services is persistence, server meshing, and Quanta. Quanta is in the game. First version is in the game. It's working. They're adding to it even in 3.18. Persistence is coming in 3.18, which will come out before the end of the year. Don't know fucking when, but it'll come out before the end of the year. And server meshing will come out next year, sometime next year. But server meshing and PES are mostly linked together. So once PES is in, server meshing is not as complicated. At least according to CIG, not as complicated. Doesn't mean this shit won't fucking break or go wrong, but... So the real big hurdle seems to be Quanta, which is already done, and PES, which is almost finished. So those aspects being in, we will start to see more codification of gameplay. And I think you'll see more, not faster development, not the floodgates opening, but you'll start to see things start happening fast at a faster rate once those things are complete in a 1.0 state or in an early state status. And once Squadron 42 comes out, then the focus will shift back over to Star Citizen. It'll still take them 2 years after that to move all of the people back from Squadron to Star Citizen. But they will reach a beta state well before that. I thought I saw another question. Hey, Paul, you probably heard this many times since you started streaming today, but dude, that fucking complete Star Citizen history was so fucking amazing. Thank you for watching. Oh, I knew this was what people wanted. People have been telling me that forever. They wanted a complete timeline of all of the stories from beginning to end to make sense, because it's so fucking broken and broken up into different weird parts, and it doesn't always make sense. The problem is people want that. What you want and what you actually get are going to be two different things, because that's fun. It's important to do that timeline. But it's going to take me literal years to finish it. I don't know how to express this. I ended, let me look it up real quickly. I'm going to know exactly the date I ended on. I ended on the first discovery of the first jump point. Okay. I ended at the discovery of the first jump point, which was 2271. Okay. From there on, shit gets complicated. We have the Banshee system discovered after Croshaw. We have Tarsus Electronics. Then we have the Nemo system discovered. Then we have Centauri system. Then we have the UNE founding. Then we have the Unification Wars. Then we have the Davian system. Then we have Shubin Interstellar and Project Farstar. We have Virgil, Terra, Tiber, and Orion all being discovered in the same year. Then we have the first contact of the Banu in 2438. Bremen is discovered in 2441. The Corel system is 2449, and it just starts expanding from there. And then we have the Cathcart system. We have Angeli-based Spectrum stuff starts coming up, and I'm just looking through the timeline that they have in the wiki. That's the 25th century. That alone is 3 episodes. Minimum 2. Each at about 45 minutes to an hour each one. We still have 500 years to go since then. 5 or more like 400, but still 400 years. We haven't even reached the first contact with the Xi'an, the Tavaran War, the first Tavaran War, the rise of the Mezzers, the second Mezzer, the creation of things like new holidays and discovering important people and discoveries of different systems. This series is going to be a minimum of 10 episodes, each being between 45 minutes and an hour, which means it's going to be between 8 and 10 hours of video content. Minimum. That's not without CIG going back and adding new shit that I don't have already, and then having to make an addendum episode, which kind of fits in between those two. It fits in between two other ones. It's a lot of fucking content. So it's one of those things where people love timelines. They make it easier and simpler to understand, which is fantastic. But holy fuck, is it going to be hard work? So when do I think Star Citizen will hit beta 1? October of 2025 is when I think Star Citizen is going to hit beta 1. October of 2025. Will persistent hangars come out in 3.18? No. Salvage for 3.18 didn't mention anything about restocking weapons. Only repair. Only repair. And it's not even repair. It's hull repair. Will PES allow them to make events? Yeah, we saw that, yeah. According to the roadmap, Bounty Hunter V-Tombs were finishing working in February 2023, which was weird because Chris Roberts said that you'd have them by the end of the year, which was not true. So he already knew that. But that doesn't mean it's done. It just means the sprint's finished. Question. Do you have a Discord that isn't tied to the org lore? I mean, I do have one, which is my current Discord. I have the League of Relic Enthusiasts is there. But that's it. That's lore, but it's also my my AstroPub one. I don't have a lore Discord server yet. I have to go through and fix some problems, but yeah. What's going on? I've been away from the game for really busy lately. Depends on how long you've been away. There hasn't been much change. Everything's kind of the same since 3.17.2 came out. It'll be a long ride to be here the entire way. Yeah, CIG makes more lore than Paul can make videos on. Basically, they release 2 new articles every month, plus a brand new once a quarter they do a Q&A, plus they do Galactopedia updates, which is updates for all of the systems and other minor additions every month. So, plus they have Jump Point, which has new content every month as well. So that's a minimum of 4 new lore pieces every month, 5 every other month, or every 3 months. I literally cannot keep up with that. Period. There will always be more lore than I can cover. Yes, I'm still considering it your lore, just because your voice is the only one to tell the tale. People have talked to me and said, I read the lore in Paul's voice now. It's like, God damn it. You make an awesome DM, by the way. I do actually do DMing. Darj is in chat, he can tell you. I actually do game mastering for on this channel, on the AstroPub YouTube, or not Twitch. But you find it on YouTube under The Spice Must Roll. I've been doing it for years, a broadcast here on Twitch on Saturdays. It's an off and on game though, so if you want to check that out. Yeah, several system colonization, about 3 wars, 4 political conflicts, Cold Wars, revolutions, and a metric ton of important side stuff. And not to mention like important figures and other things like that. I always forget that several systems were founded before the UNE was founded. People usually make it sound like it was founded right after Kershaw. Now, it's like after the 3rd or 4th system. It was founded after the colonization of Kershaw. But just because Kershaw wasn't terraformed didn't mean they didn't keep looking for more jump points. I'm looking forward to these episodes. I know it's a lot of work. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for supporting. If y'all want to support it, watch it, like it, spread the word. If you have the money to, Patreon is the best place to do it. That's where those videos go up first. CIG needs to give you your own in-grade show by now. Yeah. How long before Star Citizen's Kickstarter do you think Chris Roberts was writing the lore? Chris Roberts didn't write the lore. Chris Roberts has the idea behind it, but the person behind it is Ben Lesnick and Dave Haddock. Chris had the general back-of-the-napkin ideas for it, but a lot of it is similar to his other ideas with Wing Commander and Freelancer and Starlancer. It's all very kind of versions of that. But Dave Haddock and Ben Lesnick are the brains behind this universe. They're the ones who brought life into this universe. Chris Roberts is the mad genius with the crayons, but they're the two that are actually fleshing out the crayon drawings to more understand like the whole thing. So, the banner on your YouTube channel doesn't work. FYI, is the link is wrong. What banner? Lethal. Banner for which? Lore is just a channel in the main Discord right now. Yeah. To be honest, there's a lot of game is same since the inventory system was added. Yeah, there's not been a lot of fundamental changes to the game since last year. There's been additions, but no fundamental changes. To be honest, I wonder if they will share any news about the new star map. They've talked about it. If you read the monthly reports, they talk about it being worked on. We'll probably see it before the end of the year in terms of what it looks like, but we're not going to get it to 4.0. Pretty sure Disco CIG Insider to tell the lore team what exactly they should piss off Paul in the game's universe. Sometimes they do. I do know that the lore team watches my videos. One of the new writers even said so on Twitter. I watch your videos. It's like, don't tell me these things. I don't need this power. I don't need this. One man shouldn't have all this power. All right? Astro making lore videos is like a wargamer painting all their minis. Yeah, making all the lore videos. Though you were gonna say that, it's like I know my videos are the kind of videos that people paint minis to, because I paint minis to like Luton and Depth is Ridiculous. When pizza for Star Citizen? Man, the game's not gonna be done until pizza's done. It's not gonna be a game until pizza's in the game. No, this is actually, well, this part is, this whole thing is actually was made by a fan. Here, take a look read these real quickly, if you can read that. All right? We have, it's over here so I can see it myself. We have Smuggling 101, The Galactic Historian, and you can't quite read this, but this says The Lord of Lore. You see my little logo is right here. My old logo is right there. The AstroPub logo. It's based on the Pyro outposts, the Frontier outposts interiors. The fan was building this in a 3D art, like a 3D art class. They're building it, and they said, I'm practicing, so I want to make you a background for your content. So he made this for me, and then used the concept art for Pyro right here. So. Can I get to the link to the org? I can't find it on Spectrum. It's oh, that's the wrong Discord. I copied that from the Garden Interstellar. I copied a lot of this stuff from Tomatoes things, because I liked his format. I don't have the it's the wrong. I see what you're saying. Like in the YouTube, it's not, or on YouTube, it's not the right one. Pull up the org itself. There we go. Copy. Let me edit that. Edit video. There we go. I thought I fixed that already, but I did not. I think this is right. Oop. All right, there we go. Should be up there now, and I'll put this into the chat as well. Good night there, Darsh. There we go. There's the link. When Pokey and Sushi released this live, I don't know. CIG said they wanted to approach this game realistically, so I won't rest until I can get my marriage annulment from my brand new wife, where she takes the kids and the 890 jump in the divorce. No, I know what you're talking about, Omega, but I got what you're saying. I was just saying, I also think that my videos are also things you paint minis to. Hey, Grim, how you doing? Lord Team mentioning listening to Astro's videos. I should never have this power. Me wondering when we're going to finally successfully lobby for in-lore design team for the Redeemer to be beheaded by Paul and have it to be his brainchild. If CIG listens to me at all on the Redeemer, it's to make a Mark 1 of the Redeemer and make the Redeemer the way they wanted to make the Redeemer. The way that if they had the chance to, with their in-house team, how they would build it. And call that the Mark 1 Redeemer, with the Mark 2 Redeemer being what we have now. And just make it an older design from Aegis. That would be what I'd hope for. I'm playing Magic while listening to. Yeah, there we go. So this might be a little shorter than my other streams, just because there's not a lot of content. There's not a lot of discussion. That's the other thing, is that we're in a weird content drought. Because we're going to get nothing but softballs until October. So we've got 3 more weeks of content for ISC. I doubt we're going to have SCL. I think SCL is probably going to be gone away. I think we're not likely going to get SCL back pretty much at all for the next ever. We're likely going to have SCL. I would be okay with SCL becoming a monthly thing. Once a month, we have an interview and that kind of stuff. Because quite frankly, I'm more stuff, less fluff. It's better to have content that people are interested in hearing about and seeing than seeing stuff which is cool, but I'm gonna be honest, most players don't care. And you can see that in the view counts. SCLs, generally speaking, that have like Todd Pappy or major, like ship design teams, those kind of things, those view counts are gonna be much higher than the team that makes scenery. That's not to shit on the people who make scenery or the QA teams or any of those people. That's not my point. Or even the lore team. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that these people are terrible and they shouldn't get the limelight, the spotlight. It's just those teams aren't as interesting as the other ones in terms of the player information categories, which is what people watch SCL for. I'd have no problem with SCLs being more casual like they used to be, like Reverse the Verse and such, where it's just them, like what I'm doing right now. If they did what I was doing right now, where it's Disco Lando hanging out with a bunch of devs and just talking and taking questions every so often, and it's with anyone who could show up. It doesn't have to be like a specific, like we design anything. It's just them talking about their experiences at CIG, and then once a month they have a big planned. Todd Pappy comes in, Chris Roberts comes in, John Crew comes in, Dave Haddock comes in, and they do a big detailed thing. That would be fine. I think most people would be okay with that. I don't know why they call them softballs. Softballs aren't soft. They're harder than baseballs. Did we get another sub boost and I didn't see anything? Oh, Unknown Guardian came in and Slyfi came in. We're just like, subs! Thank you so much, Sly and Unknown Guardian, for those subs. I swear to God, Restream doesn't really show me anything. There we go. Oh, I didn't see that, Billy Angel. Now I know CIG wants 100 systems, but how many do you think they'll actually have by the time the game launches? If CIG does a soft launch of Star Citizen, like I think they will have 5 to 10 by beta. They'll have at least 5 by beta. They may have 6, 7, between 5 and 10 would be my guess. And with more systems, probably one to two systems coming out every quarter by that point. And that's why I say it's a soft launch, because I don't think CIG will do an official launch of the game until they have all 100 planets, because there are people who are waiting for CIG to say, we've released the game and it has less than 100 planets, so they'll sue the fuck out of CIG for false advertising and get CIG wrapped up in bullshit lawsuits because those people just want to fucking see the world burn. Because those people have nothing better to do than spend their time shitting on a video game because Chris Roberts lied to them, kind of thing. There are some sad, sad motherfuckers in this universe. Just one of those things. So I think for legal sake and for PR sake, not saying it's released, but saying they stopped wiping will be important. People will say, oh, Star Citizen's in beta forever, but like at that point, like there's plenty of games like that existed where they were in beta for years after, years and years and years. And got a 1.0 just out of nowhere, and people were like, wait, what the fuck? I thought that game was released already, you know? Yeah, Warframe has been in decade plus. Do you think we can get 2 star systems in 4.0 and Nyx? Depends. If 4.0 takes until fall of next year to release, then yes. If 4.0 takes until June or like Invictus of next year, then no. We'll know, depending on 3.18 releases, we'll know when 4.0 releases. If 3.18 releases and they have to push 3.19 to next spring, then we won't have 4.0 until next fall. Because they won't have it ready, because 3.19 will have delayed everything, so they won't have it ready for the long-ass PTU they're going to do until September or October of 2023. Even if it's not nearly as complicated, because it's not just going to be server meshing, it's Pyro, and it's a bunch of other shit that'll be added too. And because of that, it'll delay it even longer. I'm not sitting here going like, oh yes, I think this is all going to be later because CIG's incompetent. I think CIG never anticipates how much shit gets added to each patch. And so I always give a buffer zone of a patch or two for these sorts of things. And generally it works out. Very rarely has CIG surprised me either by completely removing those things or releasing those things early. None sadder than the pathetic Crytek lawsuit, but the fact that that existed and multiple people have tried to do other shit like that. Like, remember when CIG was reported to the British, version of the FTC for misleading? Like, do you think CIG is the only one who does stuff like that? You know, accidentally say something or reference something in an email where everything else on their copy is fine. It's just their email was basically it's like a grammar mistake. It just wasn't caught. It wasn't nefarious. It wasn't obviously meant for them being nefarious, but people mass reported them because people are sad. That's the reality. You just got to look at all the bullshit that these people will do to CIG and say, yeah, they're going to sue them. They'll sue them because they'll find some lawyer who thinks this is an easy win or for good publicity, and they'll try to drag that shit out forever. I phoned them BBB in Canada. I don't think the BBB isn't like that much of an impact. People don't even know the BBB exists anymore. It's not nearly as it's not a legal entity anyways. We don't know what 3.19 patch is going to be like. It might just be some small shit for the big 4.0 update. We know that it's definitely going to be Arena Commander based because they already said that they were going to have a bunch of stuff that they originally had for 3.18 that they screwed up on and they had to push to 3.19. The story was that they accidentally released it for 318. They should have put it for 319. I'm not going to take that at face value, but the fact it was caught within a week and changed might be the case. But we know that at least that was planned for 319. But they don't put it on 319 because they can't confirm it. So we definitely know they're already planning stuff for 319 now. On the bunker missions, I died, went to the hospital. When I went back to the same bunker, the mission was over. Is that something new or is that a bug? That's it's been in there for a bit. Some missions will fail if you die. Some missions will fail if you die, and some missions will not, like if you, yeah, I think that's just it. Some missions fail when you die. Maybe this monthly show would be good as another named title show, like today on Star Citizen Deep Dive. Oh, someone said Inside Squadron 42. CIG is not going to show you anything about Squadron 42 until they're already ready to release it. Bitter pills to swallow. You aren't seeing shit from Squadron except for once a year with... once a month with monthly reports, but once a year with maybe an update, a trailer of some kind. But then you won't see any other news about Squadron until they're ready to release it. And by ready to release it, I mean they are at the beta stage, they have a release date set, and it's going to be 6 months to a year before the game is released. That's just the reality. You want to know more? Tough titties. It's just, them's the reality. Here's the cold water splash. There's no point to doing anything till the marketing push, because anything they show you could change on a dime. Let me give you an example. They have an entire section, like the first 3 to 4 episodes, like missions. Not really missions. CIG has weird fucking connotations. You can think of Squadron 42 as part 1, and each part of the game is split up into chapters. Chapters can have 1 mission. They can also have up to like 3 missions inside them. So there are... they're basically a narrative arc. They're like an episode. If you think of Squadron 42 like a TV series, each chapter is like an episode of a TV series. They all have their own narrative flows to them, and each section is an arc of a TV show. So what I'm trying to say is Squadron 42 is an anime, and what we're getting is season 1 of Squadron 42, the anime, which may have 3 or more arcs inside of it. And each arc is made up of several episodes of that, which CIG calls chapters. Which is confusing because it's supposed to be Squadron 42 Chapter 1, which is even more confusing and that kind of stuff. So, there has been an entire arc that they've completed entirely. Polish, done, ready to go. They could release it tomorrow. Then they scrapped the whole damn thing. Maybe not the whole damn thing, but they went back and completely reworked it. They have done that multiple times. Now, I know a lot of people will say, that sounds like wasted work, it's bullshit. Not really. Because there's lots of different variations on that. One, you can have problems with the game just isn't fucking fun. Like that, you could have an entire thing scoped out and everything ready to go, and you play it and you're like, this is a boring fucking mission. It just doesn't work right. It doesn't feel right. And you try to change things left and right, change things, and it just doesn't work. And somebody who is like a designer is like, I am sure this is fine, this is perfect. They are too close to it and they don't realize what it is. And the developers, like the head managers, are like, nah, it sucks. Or even Chris Roberts comes saying, this is not what I wanted at all. Fuck it, get rid of it. And that happens all the time with video games. Like I'm literally all the time. It's just part of how the game works. It's not a waste of money. It's literally how games are developed. It's not just CIG. It's the entirety of the video game industry works like that. And I'm not even shitting you. Halo 2 was made like 3 times. Destiny 1 was made 2 or 3 times as well in the process. Same with Destiny 2. Final Fantasy 15 went under like 7 different iterations over its 10-year development cycle before it finally ended up with completed games that you could play that they completely threw away and rebuilt. And that's the thing. It provided experience. Each version is better, and it takes them faster to do. And the more that these people have experience working with their team members and with the tools, the better they get at it. And then eventually, over time, when, say, Squadron 42 Chapter 2 comes out, the full Part 2, Season 2 of Squadron 42, when that comes out, it'll be a lot faster because those teams know what they're doing. You can see something like Bethesda is a good example of this. The team that has been making Skyrim and Fallout has the same team that's effectively been the same team since Morrowind. And yes, there are bugs, but holy fuck, can they turn around a huge goddamn game in 4 to 6 years? Partially because there's lots of bugs, because they don't address, so they just focus on things, but they know what they're doing. And each game, the gameplay has been better. The story suffers often, but the gameplay has been better every single iteration. Like in leaps and bounds. No one contests that. That's an example of just a team that's been together for a fuck long time, who know the tools they have and know how they work well together to build those games. Black Dream Hunk, if you're honestly upset about the 890 jump, then take it up with CIG. This isn't a complaints forum for that. Game Maker's Toolkit has a good video on the concept of change. Yeah. I read a book on how, from a writer who wrote games for a living, narrative writer for games. And he had a couple of rules that he spelled out. And one of those was basically, shit's going to change on a dime. And it's so completely, if you're used to writing books or television shows or movies, video games is nothing like that. Does not work at all like that. Things can change, scenes can change day to day, minute to minute. A scene can change in terms of its mood, its atmosphere, its location. Anything can change very quickly. And entire sections of a story can be yeeted into existence or yeeted out of existence because the gameplay loop was boring. And entire new sections have to be built to connect new ideas and stories to get together. It's a very new art, video game making is. And it's an art, not a science. I mean, obviously there's science to it. There's science in the sense that you have consistent patterns in how you do things, but no two video game makers develop exactly the same. What one video game developer calls an alpha, another would call a tech demo, or even just not even close. Some people won't even use tech demos. What developer would say this is beta, another will say it's release. Because they have different standards, they have different like measuring sticks. They have different goals, and that's why it's very different. Hey, Extra. You just ran across a ship called the Ghost of Stanton that vanished, looked like it QT'd away. You're the first person that thought off to tell. Well, that's pretty cool. Is it a player ship or was it a, what ship was it, Bob? Was it a, what kind of ship was it? The best part about standards is that there are so many to choose from. Yeah, that's the problem, is that there's no standardization in video game development. There is the illusion of standardization, but there's no such thing as standardization in video game development. It depends on the hardware you're developing for, the publishers you're working for, and the developers themselves. And those are all so variable. There's obviously science in terms of coding, and there is some technical skill that is involved. But that's less science and more similar to how camera operators and boom mic operators and lighting technicians and props designers and makeup artists, they have technical skills, which are a science, but how they apply those skills is an art. NPC pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I have to double check because usually the Ghost of Stanton would be a player ship if it has a ship name. But usually, when you see an NPC, it's usually the name of a actual individual. But I'll have to take a look at that. Do you think games like The Sims, those who have a little to no story at all, are easier to build by some percentage? Is there no significant need to create a narrative or to pair with gameplay? Not necessarily. The difficult narrative is usually an afterthought with video games. Star Citizen's unique in how it's developing its narrative because they developed a lot of the narrative beforehand. So the development team has to often refer to the narrative team to start concepts. And then narrative comes in afterwards to flesh out the finished version into the game world. But most games start with an idea of gameplay. They have an idea for a game to be played, and then the narrative team comes in and builds that world afterwards. Very rarely do they come at the same time. So, to a certain degree, it's easier, but also to a certain degree, it's not. Because the hard part isn't the narrative, the hard part is the development. I don't disagree. I think Nyx and Pyro might drop together, but it depends on when Nyx and Pyro are done. Because if the issue becomes content addition, then yeah, like Nyx and Pyro drop together. If server meshing is done, but they're close enough to releasing Nyx that it's like, hey, if we wait another patch cycle, like one more quarter, we'll have Nyx done as well. CIG will delay that shit. 100% they will. I've seen players where they walk but teleport across the room when others players walk normally. That has a lot to do with the server performance and the connection issues. Those other players may have issues with their own personal connection, not necessarily you. There are 14 standards. We all must make the unified standard. Afterwards, there are 15 standards. Yeah. I love the fact you could work towards the reputation of a name and specific ship. Yeah, that's a cool idea. Sims players are vicious about content. What do you mean there, Jin? Well, content will be player provided, right? Like back to names, notoriety will be what makes you money. Yes, but also no. Content is also heavily... So CIG wants to create a universe that if no player is ever logged in, would constantly playing itself and changing itself. Where theoretically, a single player could play the game and you could have an entire universe be spun up and created and have interesting characters bounce off one another. The players are simply residing in that universe. players can add content, but they're not relying on players to add content to the universe. It's not a PvP game. Desync, right? Yeah, desync is often the issue when you see players doing that issue, but it often depends on what their connection to that server is. Yes, Max. Oh, Paul, I have an idea for a game. Playing Star Citizen too often is thinking to develop a game like content is just to say and click on the screen menu. That's all, and a lot of fun. I could sell an NFT in the background of my game. Ouch. We've already had elections, yeah. It's a problem when there's a new edition. The old edition may be dated, but it has years and years of expansions. The new edition is bare bones in comparison. Yes, it's a huge problem. It's hard to get players to upgrade. Yeah. Pyro and Nyx dropping together would also mean they have 2 jump points to gather data from. Yeah, but I mean, the hard part isn't the systems. The hard part is the back end. They've already said that the systems are fairly fleshed out. They have the systems done. The planets are actually finished, or at least in the game. We've seen images of them. We've seen outposts. Their outposts are obviously done because they've got the outpost ruins are finished and they put them in the game already. So the actual frontier outposts are probably already done as well, or almost finished, almost entirely finished. And the stations are being worked on, if not entirely done. The narrative team has been talking a lot about Pyro recently, which means they've got a lot of lore done, which means they've got a lot of the gangs done. We know that the Pyro Rats are the Fire Rats. The Fire Rats are getting their own, or their entire gang attire is being worked on as we speak. So, content-wise, Pyro is effectively done. Pyro is probably in the same position as Stanton is right now in terms of content. As I'm speaking. The reason why we don't have Pyro in the game is because there's no point in putting Pyro in the game until they can have server meshing. So if we're not getting server meshing until at the earliest, and I mean, I think it's insane to think this is going to happen, but it could happen. I just don't think it's possible. Is March. That's still almost 6 months away. That's several sprints, at least 2 quarters of content to make that they can still be making for Pyro. And we also know that Nyx has been finished too, or is almost done in terms of its various planets and moons and stuff like that. And they released new lore on Nyx factions recently too, which tells me they're already working on that. Plus, we already know Levski's in. Levski's done. They've been working and adding stuff to Levski every patch. Levski's no longer in the game, so we don't see it, but they've been building it. So, as you can see, the case for Nyx being added is not a bad one. It just depends on when server meshing's in. Pyro's plans are 3 times bigger than Stanton's. No, the 3 times as many. And the system itself is 3 times as large. It's 3 times larger than Stanton. Hey, Red. Don't pick my idea, it's mine, Paul. It starts as a rare example of PvE VP. Yeah, it's a PvE. I always like to say that Star Citizen is a PvE game with PvP in it. It is a game with PvP in it. It is not a PvP game. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see server meshing until next year, October. CitizenCon next year would be my guess, at the earliest. Yeah, and once players have spread out more, PvP will decrease, which is why they're making Korea a PvP hotspot, which is something that I know Luke has been wanting to do, because Luke is Luke knows what he's doing. He's been doing his job for a very fucking long time. Luke is a smart guy, and he listens to the community fairly well. He's right. We need to have hotspots where PvP players will be drawn to on a regular basis in every system in the verse. Because that's how you guarantee PvP. A specific area that's always going to be a hub of conflict. High profits, high risk, high reward. That's where you'll have people show up. Hey, thank you so much for that $20 there, Red. You madman.
Hey, a tip.
Red super chatted $19.99. Bazinga.
Question. With cloning so prevalent in Star Citizen, what's the lore team on mass cloning like Star Wars Episode 2 clones? So cloning is not prevalent. What we see with the way that the lore works with regeneration is people say it's just cloning. It's not cloning. That's a shit. It's a shit take. It's a meme to say it's cloning, because it doesn't work like cloning. You can regenerate into a new body, but you can't regenerate a person's consciousness and body with that person still being alive. It just doesn't function. They don't know why it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. That's the lore for it. Because we're playing with alien tech. We don't have any fucking idea how it works, or barely an idea of how it works. But we're doing it anyways, because how could that go wrong? So cloning is effectively outlawed because of there's lots of moral and other issues that come with it. So you will not be able to buy a clone crew. Clones of yourself. No. It's impossible. Not legal and not possible currently, with regeneration tech at least. I understand their intentions. I just don't think it's being implemented properly. What do you mean, Inferno? Has CIG said anything recently about the tech for getting planets to orbit a star? Nothing. I think they're waiting for They're waiting for like things like server meshing in to be able before they do that stuff. So, hey, Gin and Tonic is worth 34 months. I didn't see that. Without any sort of dedication to PvP, fighter pilots will feel the same way they did in Elite. Oh, you're not ready for this take. I'll say this here in a moment, but instead of having it to recruit individual crew members, no. You will have to recruit individual crew members. We do need VR, yes. We could rename the system Stand Pyro Nix, yeah. But we elected the mad scientist lady. Souls confirmed, effectively. And it's actually a complaint that people have said. It's like, that's... The UEE has built a soul capture device. You can bring a brain to a new body, but you can't make it think independently of the host. Make it best effectively, yeah. And I think the way it works is that cloning could work, but cloning is not this. It doesn't work in the way we think of it in sci-fi ways. Cloning will work like it actually does work. You could clone yourself, but that clone is not you. That clone is a separate individual that has all of your DNA. And it will be born as a baby, and you have to raise it as up to its proper adulthood. There's no fast acceleration growing in Star Citizen, as far as we know, that works. There's no flash cloning, like that kind of stuff. So the process is as complicated as having a child. So it's just not financially viable to use clones for those sorts of things. Hey, Francisco. Anyway, can't work on cloning. All the money's needed for Synth World. SBK. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I agree. I think the way that they're implementing it is incorrect for the current game we have. I don't think it's a bad implementation for what they want to go for eventually. I just think it's a bad idea right now. Rings of Powers was woke trash. I'm disappointed I missed the first 2 episodes of that garbage. I'd have to watch it for my own interpretation. I'm sure it's fine. Odd pick. Didn't we get an update for just a couple of hours ago? No, not really. We got a PES, I understand it's PES, but what we got was effectively the same information we already had. We don't know when 3.18 is coming out. We don't know to a degree of what it's planning on. I actually did an entire discussion on this earlier, but effectively, we don't know half of the patch. We don't know when it's going to be released. CIG is in fact, that update, CIG almost explicitly said everything is still on fire. Everything is still on fire at CIG in terms of 3.18's release. But they also don't seem to be concerned about it, which is either them playing it off, trying to play cool, or it's just not ready for live. And they knew it was never going to be ready, not going to be ready for live. So, different playable races in the future, not anytime soon. Way in the future, maybe. Yeah, I'd expect Evocati to come in at the earliest October around CitizenCon, which is early October. Yeah, being on fire is part of the process. That's quite literally, that's the case. They said they should just not do Q4 patches like you've said. I agree with that. I think it just makes more sense. The entire point of the Project Arcane show makes no sense to me. The UEE are building it so humanity no longer has to terraform or colonize other worlds. But from a gameplay perspective, I don't see it working. Of course it's not going to work in gameplay perspective, but that's not the point. The point is it's a narrative device. It's a money pit. It's an impossible dream. But at least in terms of narratively, they've developed a fuck ton of new technologies by trying it, which is part of what it's designed for as well. But there may be other nefarious purposes for it. Why is it still being worked on if it's not fucking viable? Why aren't they using things like O'Neill cylinders, which would make a lot more sense? Why try to build a planet from scratch? A lot of it is optimism of a future that's long past. It's 100 years, a century of attempts based off of good intentions, but not actual realistic aspirations. Which is why it's a narrative device, similar to the Ark. What would be the point of the explorers if they can't do anything in their findings? That's a mistake, Tyler, and that's the mistake that I think most people make. Exploration gameplay is not finding new systems. Anyone who thinks that is going to be disappointed. If you think that you're going to find a new jump point, travel through it, explore the system, make love to beautiful alien women, chart and have brand new adventures, not going to happen. 1 out of 1,000,000 players will have that experience. 99% of exploration is going to be charting space that has already been charted, or charting space which has never been bothered to be charted, and finding interesting aspects in those space. Well, Star Citizen is not No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky has billions of procedurally generated procedurally generated systems in a massive universe. Elite has millions upon millions of stars. Star Citizen is going to have 100 star systems. Period. They may have a couple more here and there, but we know how long it takes for them to develop a star system. It's going to take. They're not going to just start churning out new star systems once they hit that 100 every quarter, in the hundreds of thousands. It's not it's not going to work. It's not procedure generated like that. And they don't want to do that because that's not part of the narrative. The point of explorers is to chart what we already know exists and find mysteries in what we already have. I still think the use of an Odyssey will be going to Carrick-discovered systems with a Prospector. And that's this, again, Z-Pilot. You're already falling for that trap. You're not going to find a new system. No one in this chat is going to find a new system. And if you are, then that means only one system. We might get a handful after that. Don't think of this like No Man's Sky Early Dangerous. Exploration is not going to work like that. Didn't they say that jump points will change over time? They said they could. They haven't really locked down on jump points. The theory of most of the info runners and the lore citizen team, me and Al and Execute and Jail, is that what they'll do is they'll make jump points without gates collapsible, and they'll move or collapse over time, and that's how they'll keep things fresh. Is they'll constantly collapse jump points to make people find new routes, and open new jump points to find people new routes to various locations, which will still give people the chance to chart new jump points, but you're never going to find, or rarely find, a new system itself. And I don't think you're necessarily going to find temporary jump points. I think jump points will just not necessarily be permanent, and they'll change them around. You'll find new deposits. Yeah, you'll find new deposits of like materials and systems that have been explored before, because this asteroid wasn't charted before, because it's just a huge system. So do I hate origin chips? And so why do you even have origin chips? I don't hate origin chips. I think they're great. The 315p is one of the best chips, if not the best chip in the game. Not a fan of 400i, and I have a 600i myself, which is what I built my bar out of. I don't think we're going to have temporary jump points. I think it's more likely we're going to have jump points which collapse or are more unstable. You think they'll have the ability to have solar power to charge ships' batteries? They'll probably have some sort of ability to charge ships' batteries with like a nuclear reactor or a fusion reactor or solar panels, but I mean, most ships most power plants and ships are like fusion-based technology. So solar panels would be pretty low tech in comparison to fusion. Even fission reactors would be pretty low tech compared to fusion. Not super known in the lore. Is humanity still on the rise? Or are we at a peak, or are we in decline? We're kind of... So the lore is kind of in a weird place, because humanity is still developing. Technologically, we're still going up. However, we're boxed in on all sides by alien species. On one side, we have an ancient race of aliens known as the Xi'an. And they're so vast, we don't even know how far their empire is. And on another side, we have the Banu, who are friendly, and not as numerous, but still kind of, we can't get through their systems, really. And on the other side, the third side of this, is the Vandul, who've been actively attacking and taking over and stacking human systems. So humans are no longer able to expand out effectively. It's the concept of exploration has kind of slowed down. We're still finding new systems, but the more often than not, we're finding a system that's actually owned by another species. Like we recently found a system to the Xi'an space, to a new system which ended up being a Xi'an planet. We know there are planets and systems that exist which are theoretically somewhere, but they're all controlled by the Vandul. So there's not a lot of incentive financially or politically to explore, because you're rolling the dice that you might run into a planet or a system that's already controlled by another species that we know of. So we're kind of in this, we just got out of a huge 400-year-long dictatorship called the Meso Era. And we're starting to pull out of that era and increasing our technological advancements. But we're still in a constant war with the Vandal. We just got out of a Cold War with the Xi'an, and we're kind of in an unsteady situation with the Xi'an. I forgot the Devarin too, which we conquered. So we're kind of in a, not necessarily in decline, but in a slow, not even decline. We're at a turning point. Humanity's at a turning point. We can either continue to go up or we can decline. And the whole basis of this entire thing is based off of the fall of the Roman Empire. So CIG, at least narratively speaking, want to have, like, we're going to play the fall of humanity. This is the game story is the fall of humanity as a species, at least politically. But that's going to be determined on the players. So the players will determine if humanity is going to survive or not. And that's what they want to do. They don't really have an idea of where exactly humanity is going to go, but it's the late Roman Empire is where we're at. Reactors require fuel, solar panels do not. That's true. The difference is that solar panels are dependent on how far you are from the star you are, and they're not as efficient as reactors. We're absolutely fucked then. Well, Chris Roberts put it like this: the Vandal will sack Earth. The question will be, will they actually sack Earth? They'll attack Earth. Will they sack Earth, or will players stop them from sacking Earth? And if players stop them from sacking Earth, we might see a completely different story happening. But it's up to the players to decide. Question: What happens if the Mesers can be me done on this right side of the lore history, and us usurpers of the new government are not good? Are you saying what's the likely if the Mesers on the right side of history? The Mesers were definitely not on the right side of history. They were definitely not. But this new government isn't necessarily much better than the Mesers. They're on paper better, and at least morally they seem better. But politically, they aren't much different. Speaking of Interstellar gameplay, since CIG has yet to launch this feature, how might they stand up on already existing competing games in this regard? You're talking about interstellar travel. Star Citizen is based off of jump points, so you'll have a specific fixed location where you have to travel from one system to another. And they're currently working on the first system with this. The issue is less of a can they make multiple systems? They already pretty much made the other system, and they've actually have multiple other systems already made as well for Squadron 42. But that's not the issue. The issue is more the ability to hand off a player from one server to another, which is how they're developing the full background of the game. So they can have thousands of players in a server by having effectively a blanket weave of different server mesh all over every system. And so when you leave one system to go to another system, you're actually going from one server to another server through the jump point. It kind of acts as kind of like a loading screen, though it's also gameplay. So that system has yet to be finished. So as a result, new systems have been put into the game. But jump travel, quantum travel, or jump point technology and jump travel is going to be shorter than what it takes to quantum in larger systems. And it's mostly just kind of a door between the different rooms. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. No one's on the right side of the street Star Citizen. The theme of Star Citizen, it seems right now at least, is what I call grim punk. It's cyberpunk, but with heavy doses of grimdark. It's not full grimdark, because that would be too depressing, but it's definitely not noble bright. They want to bathe in shades of gray. No one is objectively good, and no one's objectively evil, but you're going to have people you want to root for. And it has a very cyberpunk dystopia vibe, where technology is run amok, people are hyper-reliant on technology, but corporations are also controlling everything. Like WoW sharding? No. So yeah, sort of. So I believe WoW has, okay, I'm going to put it this way. There will be 3 major servers, but those servers are not going to function like typical MMO servers. They're going to function like, like Destiny or DayZ, where you don't choose, you might choose a server, but you don't necessarily know you're in a different server than somebody. You don't say, I'm going to join the North American server and I can never fucking leave this character. This character can never fucking leave North America and I can't interact with the other servers. That's not how that works. You can go to the other hubs, the European server or the Australian server, and all your stuff will go with you. So you're not locked to a server decision. So it's really more global. They want to do one big single shard, but that's not really going to happen. And then inside each of those shards is hundreds of servers which are weaved together. So when you're flying from one point of space to another, you might go through a server boundary, but because of the way the game's designed, your information's being streamed out of one server and streamed into another server. So in theory, it'll be seamless transition from one to another. And they can place as many of these servers as they want to because it's all based on cloud technology, so they can spin up and spin down servers as they want to. If no one is entirely is in a system, they don't have to have a game server running for that system at all. So there may be no server there. But the second someone's coming into that server from a jump point, they can spin up a game server for that entire system, because it only has to deal with one player. But the second there's a second one out, they can dynamically split that into 2 with the right tools. So the game itself will decide whether or not to create these different servers. That's called dynamic server meshing. And each shard, is what they're calling it, is made up of hundreds of thousands of these servers. Initially, they're just trying to do what's called static server meshing, where the servers aren't dynamic and changing. They're just set off like, hey, this point, these kilometers of space is all, and the planets inside of it are all this one server. This other kilometers of space and these planets inside are all another server. And it's just a hard line boundary. But you'll still have Stanton and Pyro, which is the next system coming in. Stanton's the system we have right now, will still be made up of these various weaved together servers. When are we getting a that Drake Miner CIG? I really hope so. Why do I like Drake? Because Drake is utilitarian. Because they're the everyman ship. And also my character, I've decided my character came from Magnus because of its backstory. And so if my character's from Magnus, I gotta like Drake. You can't not like Drake. This hometown boy. If Star Citizen's Roman Empire, who's Star Citizen Alcibiades? It's not like that. It's more like the broad strokes, the basis was the Roman Empire. So like, for instance, Rome is Earth, is the UEE. Carthage is the Tavaran. The Bedouin traders are, like the Bedouins are the Banu. And the Persian Empire is the Xi'an. They're also like the Chinese, but the Chinese and the Persian Empire. And the Vandal are the Vandals. Hence the name Vandal. They're the Vandals, the Goths, the Germanic tribes. That's the basis where they started from. Since then, they've exploded and changed dramatically. The narrative has shifted dramatically from that. But that was the foundation, which is why Earth has a bunch of, like, humans have a bunch of Latin names for everything, like the Imperator, the Senate, and that kind of stuff. It's all, that's where the basis of this came from. Think it'll be possible to ambush ships and jump tunnels? No, I don't think so. There's no server browser, yeah. I'm a Tavarian fanboy, I admit. I'd love to see bigger ships, especially the ones that work better in the Prowler. I'd love to see that, yeah. How do they even go about making this? It's taken them 10 years. That's the more you spell it out, I think the more people realize why it's taken so fucking long, because they're just building the tools to make this functional in the first place. They're just now at the point where they're building the persistent entity streaming, and then the next stage after that is server meshing. Drake, because anything beyond functional is meaningless. So all jump points lead to Rome? Lead to Earth? Yes. For those who don't know, Magnus is basically Space Detroit. Yeah, it was once a very prosperous manufacturing planet or system. Actually, it's for the military, so it's much more like Pittsburgh, I guess, or Hampton Roads. I can't remember where, but it's very similar to Manchester, England, and they weren't allowed to develop more non-military manufacturers weren't allowed to move in, and then the UEE just up and moved their manufacturing facilities from Magnus, Borea, which is the planet, to the Killian system, and so Magnus was just rug pulled out from under it. Their economy instantly crashed, and so it was lots of crime happens there. Lots of seedy stuff has happened, and most companies have left, except for Drake. Drake opened up there because they had a bunch of cheap shipyards where they could build ships on the cheap because they already had the infrastructure there. Yeah, so Francisco, what you're saying is a good point. So a lot of people think that the Vandul, the German allegory in this, are running from something because they're supposed to be the Germans, which means there's got to be some Huns behind them. Magnus did nothing wrong. Wait, I'm wrong, Magnus. Nope, still works. Magnus did nothing wrong. And it's neat that it's fairly new backer, 311, seeing the acceleration of the game development and the tools come online. Yeah, you can see it. Like, for this, we have a lot of us older backers have this problem of being too close to it. We're so hyper-focused on the game that we don't see the development expand, how quickly it does. Hampton Roads is very, very military. Yeah, I'm thinking of, like, Alameda might be a good example, where like Alameda was a naval base in California and then they just shut it down in the 80s. And it's basically been abandoned since. What's the planet with the jungles in 890 commercial? And do you think we'll have a system similar to Kashyyyk? Like nothing but jungle systems? No, but we'll definitely have systems that have jungles in them. I believe the system that they showed was Oso or Green. One of the two. Probably Green. That's Farasalt's favorite planet. Can we get a follow command for Farasalt, by the way? So a Star Citizen saying that the players will influence the story. I wonder what CIG will do with a bunch of combat orgs decide to set up camp hunting grounds right outside the Vandal space. They probably expect it. There's actually a full, there was a full group calling themselves Operation Pitchfork, which was then their ideas, their name and their logos were stolen by a white supremacist group. So that became complicated. But the idea was that it was a player-based incentive or initiative to invade Vandal space and take back Vandal territory for humanity. players wanted to just see the limit of what CIG would be willing to let us do. I know things. Yes, that is. Zero had an image that was a dog. It says, "I fly, I know things," and he quoted like, "Hey, this is every Star Citizen content creator," and then he added after that in a tweet, which is like, why does this fucking remind me of the TheAstroPub? Like, that's what I am. I drink and I know things. Not saying this right, but yeah, as an old backer, I know how far the game has come, but it takes looking at old videos to really bring out how far it's come for me. Yeah. Like, if you are a old backer and you're frustrated with the game, and I know I've seen Mike say this a bunch of times, this is toxic ass fucking thing to say. It's not meant as a toxic thing. If you're frustrated with the game, find a game that you enjoy right now, or a hobby or something else that you can just say, I will step away from the game for 6 months, 3 months, right? And if you can, like maybe a year, maybe you'll come back, maybe you don't, who knows? But then if you come back, I can guarantee you, you'll go, what the fuck happened to this game? This has changed so much in this time period. And the reason why is because you're not playing the game every day. You're not constantly following the news. And you see this explosion of new things. And you'll talk to people like older backers who say, everything's changed. And they'll be like, no, it's not. It's fucking nothing. Because they've been seeing it week to week, month to month, day to day. Or day to day, month to month, week to week. Or, fuck it. Day to day, week to week, month to month. And seeing the change happen slowly over, like they've heard about these new things, drip feeded to them. So like the idea of a new feature is old hat to them, but to you it's brand new, and you'll experience just like how quickly CIG can change the game pretty quickly. What game doesn't have a toxic fan base? Oh no, I'm saying like Salty Mike has got a good point. Whenever someone says take a break, that's super toxic. It's like saying, oh, you don't like the game? Then leave. It's like, fuck you. Like, don't tell me what to do. I get what the intent is. The intent is what I just said. Like, you are too close to this. Take a break and come back when you've, been able to do something else. And in my point of view is, why the fuck are you playing a game you hate? Why are you following a game that's frustrating you like this? Just don't. Just go do something else. We are on this planet for far too little of a time for people to care that much about something they don't like. This will sound toxic, but I agree. There are some people who just need to, like, this is my hobby. I make Star Citizen videos. I play the game. I play other games. I also do things like this, Me and my wife watch, we pick out shows every so often and watch those shows falling throughout the year. Anime and those sorts of things. I write. My wife writes. I have other things to do. And if I'm too just not up to, like, I'm just not wanting to play Star Citizen, I'll say, hey, you know what? I'm not in a good mood, or the game's not in a good place. I'm going to walk away from Star Citizen and I'll go pin some minis. Or I'll boot up Rimworld, something like that. So, yes, she does regularly kick my ass in Warhammer 40k. But that's my point, is like, that's my plea to anybody else who thinks it's toxic. I don't mean it as a toxic way of saying it. I just mean, as a man who's been on this planet for only 35 years, I know that I may not have 35 more years in my life. And it's not worth waiting another 35 years to worry about, like, it's not worth an hour for me to worry about shit that I have no control over, and in the long grand scheme of things is just minor. Star Citizen is not the changing of the world. It's just a game. it's a cool game, and I'm sure I'll enjoy it when it's finally finished. I love the process, following the process. I like the lore, all this. This whole thing wouldn't be possible without Star Citizen, what I'm doing right now. But at the end of the day, it's just a game. It's not worth fucking years of my life like worrying about. If the game collapsed tomorrow, I still had all this stuff that I did, which was fun and great. And I was able to get more into PC gaming and do other things. Like I wouldn't have gotten into Warhammer 40K again if it wasn't for Star Citizen. People like Detox, people like Loken convinced me to get back into 40K during the pandemic. If I wouldn't have known them without doing Star Citizen. That's the kind of like, for me, it's the community. It's the interactions, the people bouncing off of each other. That's what's the cool part about games like Star Citizen. But I can get people are upset, but it's like just not worth it. It's just not worth it. This isn't your isekai story. The game is fun, not life. Yeah. Have you heard of the movie Prospect with Pedro Pascal? No, I haven't. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested in doing Dark Tide when that comes out. I'm definitely interested in doing Starfield when that comes out. I'm already been covering Starfield lore. You know I'm going to cover Starfield lore when that game comes out fully. Yeah, I am. Not dead. Coughing a little bit and still a little bit congested, but still alive. I'll probably stop here shortly though, because I've been way farther than I should be, and it's already close to midnight, and I'm still recovering from COVID. So I kayak and fish when Star Citizen is going on. Exactly. Paul just dreams he has hobbies. But he's really spending 23 hours a day making us content. I do spend a lot of time making content, but I enjoy it. And that's another thing that I've heard a lot of people say, like, don't do this for the algorithm. Don't do this for fame. Don't do this for money. It's like, I don't. If I wanted to make money, I'd get a second job, because this makes me shit for money. And it's taken me like 6 years to get where I am now, and I'm currently making less than minimum wage. But it's a nice hobby that pays for itself. It helps pay for my rigs, which I can use as tax write-offs. It's helped pay me to go to events and meet people and all sorts of things, which is cool, which I wouldn't have gotten with a part-time job. And I don't do things unless I really want to, but at the same time, I want to succeed and do better and get more people and see line go up. And so I'm going to do things like that, but I'm never going to do something I don't want to do. If I really wanted to see line go up, I'd do fucking Star Citizen news all the time. I'd go full board gamer and do nothing but news all the time, lean into the drama, do the full like clickbait news thing. Not that Board Gamer does all that, but he covers everything, you know. You look at Board Gamer, you look at Super Mac Bros, you look at Space Tomato, like they are full-blown news content creators. Salty Mike, your reaction videos and those kind of things. I would do those things. I don't like that, so I don't. Lore is not really a content that's going to be growing very much right now. So, as those things. I have heard of the anime Yormunged, but I haven't seen it. First time catching you live. Love your lore videos. Actually, all videos. Thanks to the content and appreciate. Thank you for watching, Spruik. I'd give up my aircraft maintenance engineer job to be full-time ship fixer, man. Yes, I think that would happen. No. Yeah. Also, there's an important thing. I only own an Endeavor and next week a 600i and have zero desire to buy any other ships. I was looking for a community to play with because I like most people in this game. I joined Salty Mike's Discord and Twitch and got banned after 2 words. Ouch. Test is pretty good. Pretty big, though. The Garden in Interstellar is also a good one too. It's like a lifestyle you get to design, kind of. Made me rethink about even playing the game for a week, but then Space Command will keep me wanting to play. Yeah, join the Garden in Interstellar. They're pretty good there, Francisco. Full board gamer, including the 2 straight minutes of shilling. Yeah. Yes, 100%. I have no bad love to board and Zin. I understand the struggles. I get what you're doing, and you're doing something. I know they enjoy doing it too. They wouldn't be doing it if they didn't, and they make good money off of it. They're doing well. Zin's lore videos do better than mine do, and I won't lie. Sometimes I'm a little chip on the shoulder for that, but at the same time, I'm like, why? People will watch Zin's videos and then watch me. Why? How do I know that? Because I fucking do that all the time with like 40K and Fallout and Star Trek and Star Wars. I'll watch like 7 different lore channels about the same fucking video, the same topic, and I'll watch 7 different videos on it because that's what I like. I know if I do that, other people are going to do that. So there's no reason. There's plenty of room in the verse for lore videos for lots of different people. Hankin's great, yeah. What were those 2 words, my guy? I don't know what you mean, Angus. I think I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be very honest, and don't take this a personal way. Anybody who's feeling like this, Star Citizen has a cycle where they release a patch. People enjoy it. Some people don't, but generally speaking, people are okay with it. Content is over with. People start to lose interest. Content is completely exhausted from the current patch. People get angry because they want to know when the next patch is. It's like, hey, I'm interested in the next patch. Takes long. People get angry about it. They start looking at other things, other problems. They start bothering them. Then they go full-blown fucking pitchfork and get pissed. Then suddenly the new patch is coming, so the hype starts building for the new patch. People forget about the old stuff and move on to the new stuff, and it continues like that. It happens every single time. And I've seen people who are diehard fans who love the game turn sour and back to sweet through that same cycle. Just let that question die. What question? I'm missing something. Destiny 2 and Division 2 are that exact same thing. Yeah. Yeah, it happens to all games, especially games that are live service games. So. Oh, he means the 2 words got him banned from Salty Mike's Discord? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Z, I agree with Mike on that. And I think this is one of the things that I would still criticize CIG for, is that CIG, and this is something that Execute says a lot too. You'd be surprised how many things content creators will say about CIG when they're not live. And I don't think it's something they want to hide. It's just people you think are white knights are not. We're all pretty much the same. Not exactly, but we're all fairly middle in our critique and understanding of CIG. And you'll see it come out every so often in some of their content. You'll see it in my content too. But my biggest pet peeve with CIG is a seeming inability to grapple with the reality of their situation. They are always optimistic in the face of obvious failure. Now, part of it is you're not going to fix that problem. Part of it is the communication, and a lot of that is not going to be fixed. What Mike wants is not a bad thing, but it would require a brand new infrastructure of information gathering, which would require probably 100+ members. Maybe not 100. Let's say 10. It requires 10 new employees to gather more information from every single meeting that's being held, and then publish that information directly to the backers. It's one thing to say, oh, they should have told us iCache was failed when they knew about it. And they obviously knew about it long before they told any of us. The problem was, how do they say that? And why would they tell us the iCache has failed without the ability to tell us what the idea is to replace it? Because that's just going to spark panic because most people don't understand how game development works. It's not necessarily that this one thing is going to fix everything, period. It's this thing didn't work, let's try another thing. And as much as CIG tries to educate people on that, most people don't give a shit. Frankly, they just want a fucking game. The two people rules. There are people like us who are crazy who follow every little bit, and there's people like Morph to talk about who just want to fucking play the game. They don't give a fuck about development. Fuck SCL, fuck everything. Can I get my ship and fly to another system? No? Then fuck you. Those are type of people. And I think Mike and Morph are more on that kind of spectrum, where I'm more on we're kind of in the middle, but kind of more leaning on either side. And more people, over time become more to the fuck you, give me my game. So there's that issue, which is just not really possible. And the other problem is, to get that information faster would require money. More money to be invested in just keeping us informed that would not be put into the game itself. Because a person would require healthcare, they'd require a salary, they'd require, and no one's going to do that for less than $40,000. Probably more like $50,000 a year.
Hello, I like money.
And that's expensive. All of that is expensive. Plus space to put those people, and a system to design for them to take notes and be able to how to filter that whole thing out. That's what Jake was doing. And Jake is overwhelmed because he's got to do a bunch of things like that. And they even hiring a new community person, 2 new community people, I think, to help pick up the slack because of how complicated the process is. But on the other side, CIG does not want to fucking tell us when we already know they fucked up. Because they'd rather stick their head in the ground and pretend nothing is wrong than admit that something went wrong. They will leave something, they used to at least, leave something on the roadmap far longer than it should have been when we all knew it was fucking not going to happen, and only take it off at the last minute and piss everybody off. That's mostly been handled, but it's still a systematic issue at the core of CIG and their communications issue. So, I honestly love how often you say fuck. I try not to say it a lot because if I say it every 5 seconds, especially throughout these sorts of videos, people will get really upset that I use it too often. I try to use it only when I'm trying to emphasize serious shit. So. I try to stay objective, like some stuff looks good, some things aren't going well, and most players are expecting StarCitizen to be something way more than it's going to be. Yeah, 100%. Prospect the film was written and directed by Zach Earl and Chris Caldwell. Features a teenage girl and her father traveling to an alien moon to continue. Oh, I have heard of that. Yes, it was premiered at South by Southwest. I almost went to go see it here in Austin when it came out. I'm looking at StarCitizen the same way I played the World of Tanks. Yeah, they're optimistic to a fault. I agree. He was agreeing that I shouldn't have gotten banned for that. Okay. Patience you must have, my young citizen. I have plenty of patience. I've been here for 8 years. I've got plenty of patience. I really enjoy what we have, and I can't wait for the possibility to have. And that's the other thing. I'm just really curious about the words. No. So, yes, I'll say that's my my pet peeve with CIG is this. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't harp on those words, y'all. You can take it into private messaging and go on Discord and talk about it if you want to, but it's not worth it. Yeah. The positive side of things is, and this is more my view, I try to view the game in long-term levels. Where we're currently at in Star Citizen development is not a bad place, and we are definitely going into a good direction. I'll be honest, if I backed 5+ years ago, I'd probably given up on the game, written the money off, and spent off as a loss. Yeah, I think most people would. That's probably what most people are going to do, is they'll forget that they had backed it, the game will come out, they'll hear about it, like, hey, I fucking remember that, I think I have a game package. They'll boot up their game, they'll be like, oh shit, I do, and then play the game. Be careful, Con. Take breaks every so often, because you can get burned out from being too close to Star Citizen. But it's not a bad time to be part of Star Citizen. The overarching arc of Star Citizen is definitely going to the point where the game we're going to have is going to be there in the next year. By the end of next year, we will have the basic framework of the actual game. And I think that is going to be a huge deal breaker, because a lot of people will sit there and go, wait, this is what we're playing? This is the final thing? And be like, this is nothing like I imagined. This is terrible. I don't want to be part of it. And you'll see a huge group of very, very salty people who were thinking this game is one thing and then experiencing the game as something different. And that's a lot of people who are dedicated PvPers, people who are entirely PvEers, people who have a lot of money, people who have no money, people who are explorers, people who are bounty hunters, people who are traders, miners, all sorts of people who haven't really set expectations properly. And again, that's partially CIG's fault for not reining in the like dreams of these people, and partially the people's fault for not seeing the writing on the wall over the last 10 years of how the game's developed. Why do you have an F7 Super Hornet for free? Because you have a ship. It's a loaner for another ship. Every player who has just like a cargo ship is going to have a combat ship for Arena Commander. That's why you have a combat ship like an F7C or a Super Hornet. Yeah, that's why you have an Arrow and an FCM and those kind of things. It's because you have like a Freelancer or like a Caterpillar or like a Starfarer. They give you loaners. And that's the other thing. That's the big thing. It's exploration. We talked about that earlier. But I think exploration is not going to look like most people think. And that's going to be the signal for a lot of people going, what the fuck am I looking at? I mean, yeah, a lot of the stuff today is PvP oriented because that's what they have. But once you start things like server meshing, persistence, and quanta, once those become more fleshed out, you're going to see PvP becoming less and less of the focus and PvE becoming more and more of the focus. You'll still have PvP because it works and people like it and it's cool. I'm not a dedicated PvP player, but I know it's cool because I've enjoyed PvP in my time. Don't necessarily think I'm going to mainline it, but I probably won't shy away from it. Still, as the game becomes more of the game that they want, you're going to see things like, for instance, here's a great example. Many people think that piracy is exclusively going to be PvP. That if you're going to be a pirate, your whole job is to attack other players. Reality? 90% of the people you attack are going to be NPCs. Barely 10% of your targets will be AI or be players, if at all. And many people on the other side think that piracy is just going to be PvP, so they don't have to worry about piracy as long as they stay away from PvPers. Wrong. They'll have to deal with NPC pirates. And if they do things like just blow themselves up rather than get captured or deal with that problem, they're going to find out that the reputation system, the insurance system, and other systems in place will make them go broke very quickly and lose, and they'll get angry because they're not able to play the game they want to play. Also, for all the PvP people who are sad, I want to ask Paul a question. Quantum, NPCs are going to come pirate people. Never mind, he's talking about it right now. Yes. There's not a lot of PvP in Star Citizen right now. There's a lot of content being added for PvP, like the Korea missions and stuff like that. But PvE piracy is going to be so much more lucrative, and it's going to be less risky than PvP piracy. Exactly. Do you think exploration is likely to be centered around finding wrecks to be salvaged and mineral riches and asteroids? Yes. I think you're going to see the basic gameplay loop of exploration is go to an area of space, scan that area of space for anomalies. Find an anomaly or don't, you gather that data, go back to a location, sell that charting data for a bit of money. Your main way of making money is going to be selling data to cartographers, to the ICC, ICC Stellar Surveyors. They will always buy updated maps. So you will have at least a little bit of money from each of those expeditions. And there'll be missions for you to go do that yourself, which will make you more missions because it's directly paid and get your reputation. Every so often, you'll find a wreck, or an asteroid, or a rogue comet, or a pirate ambush, and suddenly your life is a little bit more exciting. You might get some money out of it. But most of the time, you're just making maps and selling them. Why spend a week hunting a player when you can hunt multiple NPCs in a day? Because NPCs don't cry about it on Spectrum. And that's what gets them off. One thing nice about PvE piracy is I can experience being a pirate without ruining some IRL person's day. That's true too. It's also, I think most piracy by players is going to be less deadly and more controlled. If you're attacking a pirate, if you're a pirate attacking anybody, you're not going to kill people. Or you're trying to reduce the amount of killing you do. Because if you kill people, you lose reputation, not just with the good guys, but also other pirate organizations. And those are the organizations you need to be in goodwill for to be able to land at their stations away from civilized space. Like Grimhex. Piss off the wrong people, can't land at Grimhex, you're fucked. And the reason why that's the case is because if you go loud and injure too many people or kill people, it's going to attract the attention of local security, or those traders will start to increase their security overall, which is where the Quanta comes in. And that is going to mean that those other pirates will have a harder time ambushing targets because it'll be much harder to hit. As a result, you will have those people will know who the fuck has been shooting up these places, because that's what Quanta tracks, and your reputation will go down, which means it'll be much harder for you to exist. So you can't go full psychopath mode and steal people's ships, because no one will buy your shit, and the NPCs will start to attack you on the good and bad side of the law. So like the way they're building these systems is intentionally designed to make you less of a shitbag to other players even. Oh, thank you, Sandy. Thank you for watching that new series. Hopefully, the episode 2 is probably not going to get done until next month, like October, but we're shooting to get it done by the end of September. But it'll be for Patreons for like a week or a month by then. Let's talk about hopes and dreams. The new video out on PES. What can we expect to and look forward to once we see player-made cities and housing coming about? What's said about that? They haven't really talked about that because they don't really have an idea. The concept is that each player-made bases and cities will be based on the shard that they're built on, with the goal being having 3 major shards. So those won't show up. If you built a city in the US servers, it won't show up in Australian servers. That area will be blank. So you have to go to that server to be able to interact with it. I like points about the post, but not its entirety. What are you talking about, Jamie? I'm guessing with NPC pirates, there will be like a dialogue system where you can choose to pay or fight them. Probably. Exploration equals stellar cartography. Yeah. And it won't just be stellar cartography. You'll also be charting planets. You go to the planets and map out planets, areas of the planets, and do like geographic maps of those planets you can come back to. Banker cycles are going to discover real quickly this game isn't for them. Yeah, it's you're going to kick a bee's nest pretty easily. I think now the only bounty hunters hunting players are players. Yes, but not in the near future. All good. Started backing. Looking forward to it. Just started back. Thank you. What's the lore and idea behind the Consolidated Outlaw Pioneer? So Consolidated Outlaw and Pioneer is building that because up until recently, to build an outpost or even like a small town settlement on a new world was prohibitively expensive, because you would have to get a factory to build pre-made habs for the location, disassembled, and then you'd have to take each part to the location and assemble it. But before you could even do that, you'd need to explore, chart, map, measure out the areas, and then bring those distances back to the factory to have them built and then brought over there. That takes time, energy, money, and it's just a pain in the ass. The Pioneer is a flying factory. It will build all of those parts on the spot, in situ, with in situ resources. So you can feed it whatever resources it needs, and it'll print that material off. You still have to assemble your habs and your locations by hand or with tools. But the Pioneer is a flying foundry and refinery, flying foundry and factory. So it cheapens the price. Yes, it's still expensive to buy the Pioneer, but it reduces the time and the cost to be able to build outposts on frontiers, which drastically increases the ability for your average person to build an outpost in some places. Hey, Piss Poor Pete, you love map making. I know you do. You're sitting there drawing maps all day. And you get all hot and bothered under the collar. That's the real exploration gameplay. Do you think would you have an AI bounty hunter could hunt a player? Yeah, that's going to happen before the end of the year, probably. That Korean gamer, do you think Fears of War is still going to come out? Yes. Or is it scrapped with the foundations from it being implemented in the PU? I think it's still going to come out. I think the foundations are still in the PU, but people said that Star Marine was scrapped because they took the foundations of Star Marine and put it in the PU for Korea. Like, oh yeah, Korea, that was back in the day. It's back old, quit. But the same thing happened. Theaters of War is coming out. They're waiting. They're probably waiting on the desync issues to be resolved. And in the meantime, they're adding new maps for racing and I believe new maps for Arena Commander and Star Marine. So we'll eventually get it, but it's just not a priority. There's a post on safe areas for players. I don't remember seeing that. Exploration will probably end up being a different version of bounty hunting, except you won't go pew pew, you go scan. Yeah, to a degree. Pioneer's a giant 3D printer. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, pretty good idea, I think. Essentially, low CS levels playable. You can do so at space stations without having to dock there, kind of keeping people within CS at bay. I liked it. And you built your kitchen with the dish already in it, yeah. Yeah, I got you. I know Star Marine at least elimination is completely broken when you can't even join the match. They've created a brand new team called the Arena Commander team to completely overhaul the systems. And the first step is going to be in the next. They've been working on it over time, and it's actually with people from Firesprite. At least one of the members of Firesprite left Firesprite and joined CIG to work on it. So there is a team that's working on it right now. The problem is that team was formed in like February, so we're not going to see anything from it until the end of this year, and we won't really see any strides towards it towards the end of next year. Some of the design and AI work used on Theaters of War had to have been reused for at least partially Siege of Orison. Yeah, it's not wasted even if it's not used yet. It could be. There's no AI in Theaters of War as far as I know, but I can guarantee you the tools they use to help build the Crossroads of Crime map for Theaters of War were almost certainly used in building those large platforms. Pioneer could build a toilet. Depends on the size of the toilet. I'm really looking forward to the day where you see two players fighting. It's most likely going to be for an interesting universe reason and not just for griefers or people practicing PvP and PU. I think you'll still see people practicing PvP in the PU, but that'll be more grandiose. Pioneers build, hold outposts, cities, space stations, toilets included. I don't think they build space stations, but yeah. What should we be most excited for at this point? I'm personally holding out for the Corsair and the Ranger. Ranger, baby. Corsair and Ranger are both my things. The simplest fix for SPK reactivation. That's the name of it? Okay. I have to look into it. I didn't see it. I wonder if Star Citizen can even get CS modular enough for CS 1 and 2 not to trigger murder you mode with the current system, or if it'll need to be rebuilt from the ground up. It probably is. Inferno Droid, you don't want me to go on this rant. I gotta go to bed here soon. But I'll give you the shortest rant. The current CS system is dumb, bad, and one of the worst parts about Star Citizen. It needs to be removed. It needs to be a priority to be removed. Fuck everything else. That shit needs to get removed as soon as possible. And everything should be removed to it should be focused on the stuff around criminality should be focused on the reputation system. They don't listen to me, thankfully. But that is one of my biggest hatreds about this game. The criminal system is dumb. It's a great example of CIG phoning it the fuck in. It's just GTA's crime system, which they invented in like 1995. So CIG, who's willing to reinvent the wheel for fucking everything, just kind of goes, fuck it with the criminal system. Fuck that. That's absolutely terrible. Use the reputation system that you've already developed, which is robust, and integrate it into the crime system. I know it's not as simple as that. I know it's a lot more complicated, and I know they've got other things to worry about. But stop building things that require the criminality system because it fucking sucks. So no AD or No Man's Sky solution for Star Citizen? Nope. The likelihood of you finding a brand new system and exploring it are little to none. There are wild systems you can go to scan that don't have a lot of information about them. But the likelihood of you finding a brand new jump point, going to that system, being the first person there and scanning everything, 1 in a million. There might be a handful of those that happen, but likely those will be found and scanned before, the first year of the game's being released. I mean, the day death actually has consequences, I don't think people will fight only to practice when they can do it in Arena Commander. Arena Commander's never going to be the same as the verse, though. They just probably won't fight to the death. Why do the pirate stations always have leaks? It makes no sense at all. They likely don't have a constant supply access. Something like water would be treated just like the Belters on the Expanse treat it. Not necessarily. Water, actually, it's one of my issues with the Expanse is that water is seen as this very rare resource. Water is one of the most common resources in the universe. Everywhere you look in the galaxy, we find it everywhere. Water is common as shit. And we can make potable water now out of pretty much non-potable water. It just takes resources. And in the distant future, that shouldn't be an issue. If you can get water, you can get oxygen. If you can you can also get hydrogen. Yeah, hydrogen's the most common, but I'm saying like water is one of the most common things in the universe. Thank you, Z Pilot. CSism needs at least a band-aid, but instead it feels like they're making the wound more infected. It seems like they're mucking about with tools without realizing the cascade effects they're about to have on the universe. I understand why they want to do it, but they're doing the same shit that CIG does every time, which is they have an idea that's going to work for when the game's further along, for like Pyro and other things, and so they're implementing it now when the game's not fucking ready for it. But fuck it, they have it now, so just go. It's an experiment. They want to see if it works or not. And I think it's not going to work as well as they think. But I've heard thousands of people like me complain about something like that and say it's going to do terrible, irreparable damage to Star Citizen, and they're all fucking wrong. All of them have been. So I'm no different. Could be a fucking nothing burger. But I don't think it's going to turn out the way they think. But it makes sense that those systems, you also got to think about two ways. Star Citizen is both trying to be grounded in reality, but also is telling a story. So they're going to take some liberties with reality. Orison makes no sense. Some people, you could find ways of making it work in theory, but in practice, none of the reasons why Orison was built would make any fucking sense. It's just a cloud city. So they just made a cloud city and then they justified why they made a cloud city. It's cool as fuck. Who gives a shit? It's a video game. So, like, and asteroids don't work like we have in game. There's no fucking way Yellow could have an asteroid belt, and there's no way that asteroids would be that thick across in terms of their groupings. That's not how asteroid belts work. But it works like that in movies, and so people accept that. Why are pirate stations run down? Because pirates are criminals, and criminals have an aesthetic, and people want to have that criminal aesthetic in the game. That's why. That's the easiest answer to the question. It's not trying to be realistic. It's trying to be cool. They try to find some reasons for it. Not everything needs an explanation, but they try to find some reasons for it. Content first, gameplay second. I wouldn't say it's content first, gameplay second. I'd say gameplay is as valuable as content, but content is easier to make than gameplay. And so I think CIG is trying to make interesting gameplay with content with Korea, but I think they're not thinking about the long-term consequences or the broader consequences of only having one hacking spot at Korea, which is at Korea, in terms of what it's going to do with the people who don't want to go PvPing with the current system that's fucking stupid and doesn't fucking work. I'm sure we'll have rich, fancy criminal vibe, but Pyro is not a rich, fancy criminal location. It's fucking Mad Max in space. I think if Star Citizen tried to go too realistic or sim-like, it'll probably turn a lot of people off. Yeah. They're trying to walk that line between being sim and being a fun game. They try to find diegetic reasons. Yeah. Regeneration. Regeneration was never planned as part of the gameplay or part of the lore, so they had to make it work with what they had. It was an example of they had a gameplay idea and they wanted to make it exist in lore. The only way they could make it exist in lore was by making it a big fucking deal in the universe. What's Nyx like? Quiet. They like it like that. Nyx is a smuggler's system. It's built out of radicals who are anti-UEE and apparently multiple factions of anti-UEE radicals. So it's on the edge of a dark matter or dark nebula. So it's fucking sensors are out the ass. You can't see shit in Nyx. It is you could barely chart where you are. So it's very difficult to explore, very difficult to scan. And as a result, it's very few people live there, but the people who live there are trying to hide. So, makes great for smugglers. It's also on the route between Xi'an and human space. It has a direct jump point to Bremen, and then Nyx has got a direct jump point to, and Castra, and Nyx has a direct jump point to a Xi'an system. I think it's Tohill. Actually, has direct jump point to Tohill, which is unclaimed, lawless, Wild West kind of shit, which also has a jump point to a Xi'an system. So it's on this interesting highway of not so legal activity. Is a Hammerhead worth the money? No ship is worth the money. What system do you eventually want to set up your home base? Wherever the verse takes me, but my home will be Magnus. The home that I call home will be in Magnus, which will be in Berea in Newcastle, Berea. We're not a dev, AstroPub, we're just players. We don't know what it could be fun or not. To a degree, I agree, but also, no. Players also know it's fun. Also, are you going to someday / have you already made videos about each system? I have started that process. I made the first one about Cacher. I call it my system survey. And the next one I'm making for Saturday, if I can get it done, probably won't. We'll see. Because my voice is shit. Is probably going to be on... it's not Nyx. I don't want to do Nyx or Pyro. Maybe Magnus. Might do Magnus, because that's one we kind of have an idea for. So... yeah, IRL money, you don't need more than $45. In game money, it's great if you have friends, but yeah. Most people only play within 5 systems. Truckers will do longer. People who are playing Euro Truck Sim in Space will do everywhere, but most people are not going to leave clusters of 5 to 10 systems. Yeah. Do you real money? No. No ship is worth the money that you buy it for. If you're buying ships, buy the ships because you want to support the game, not because you want the ship. None of the ships, especially the ground vehicles, are definitely not worth it. If you want to feel a little bit less shitty, then upgrading to like an Avenger Titan is a good idea, just because it gives you a nice little all-rounder rather than a Mustang or a Aurora. But like the maximum I'd even suggest is like a Cutlass, because everything else you can earn in game, and it's just better to earn it in game. I'm kind of hoping to see at least 3 04 systems by mid-2024. I'm probably being too optimistic. If it depends. If CIG gets Pyro out by mid-2023, I agree. They're not going to do it. Prove me wrong, CIG, but they're not going to do it. So probably more like fall 2023. So if they do fall 2023, then Nyx either will be released the same time or the patch after that. Not like that winter patch, but like spring 2024. And we're at that point, we're getting close to Squadron 42's likely release date. Sometime between 2024, more likely 2025. So with Squadron 42, they'll release, what is it called? Odin after that, because the system itself is finished for that game. So it'll be, and it's on the pathway from Nyx. It's got a direct jump point from Nyx. So you have Nyx, you have Pyro, you have Odin. So you'll have 3 systems. And then what's next? People will say, oh, Terra. Nah, probably not Terra. You'll likely have Castra or Magnus will be after that, because Castra has only got 2 planets, it's pretty simple, and Magnus is the home of Drake Interplanetary, and its aesthetic is basically Hurston but worse. Well, Hurston but less oppressive and more built up. Take ArcCorp, take Hurston, smash them together, you get Magnus. Hey, Tin Pot. Will ArcCorp ever be developed beyond Area 18? Probably, but it depends on... given a long enough time frame, yes. Most I'll invest in this game is 125 USD. I already had hit 119.50, so the game's been pretty good. Granted, it's been 7 years, so like, yeah, I think I've been pretty reasonable. That's pretty good. I have like $60,000 into this game, but 55,000 of that, no, not even that, 59,000 of it is all from giveaways, because every time you purchase something, if you do a giveaway, it counts towards purchasing, even though I gave it away to somebody. So I think I have about $1,000 in the game. Yeah, I only have about 1,000 in the game. Maybe, and that's over 8 years. And most of that's wrapped up into like 2 ships. What's so funny, Macton? I don't know what you're laughing at because it's so delayed. Check out the InfoRunners Discord if you people like you. Yeah, InfoRunners Discord is a good place to go. Next upgrade is a prospector. Okay. It's a not bad idea. I hope so. The little cars are just lights. That said, I can imagine the computational load on the client, your PC, that will put on it, and the service incent. It's insanity. Yeah. Paul, I just had a dumb idea. Make a meme lore about how the UE developed its criminal system off an old Earth game. Nah, I know they hate memes, but I'm not going to do that. InfoRunners, yes. If you go youtube.com/InfoRunners, you'll find them. They have a Discord link there, I believe. And you're hustling with YouTube. Keep it up. Yeah, that's the thing. All of that money came from y'all. Donations, subscriptions, memberships, Patreon, all of that money came from y'all, and then I used that money to purchase for giveaways, and I can use that as part of my business expenses. So it helps out a lot. So it's a little bit easier to justify to my wife $1,000. But again, Warhammer. Anybody who knows Warhammer knows these things are expensive. And yes, I do Warhammer. My wife also does Warhammer. She has a full Sisters of Battle army. She has she has a complete Harlequins army she has yet to start painting. I just got her, she has 2 Blood Bowl teams, which she's finishing one up right now while I'm working on my humans ones. And she's about to start a Necron army. So expenses are a thing we talk about. Not lead, all plastic. Plastic crack. He just looks heavy. That's actually just paint. Not lead. paint and good gloss finish or satin finish. We've already talked about 3D printers. I'm not interested in 3D printers because the amount of time and investment I'd need to make in 3D printers would end up being about the same as Warhammer stuff. And on top of that, there's really no point because I've already invested all this other money in Warhammer stuff. So like it just more money for the sake of nothing. Eventually I do want to get involved into it, but I want to be able to do it for other reasons, like other reasons I want to 3D print or like selling stuff. Like if I could make, for instance, 3D model kits or 3D model like figures of famous Star Citizen figures and sell them on my website, or sell on a website would be great. But I couldn't because CIG would fuck me over that. Or, you know, doing 3D kits which are legally distinct from Star Citizen, but may or may not have resemblance to Star Citizen, that kind of thing. I'd do that, but that would be something that I'd do with like stream money, do that kind of thing. So. Yeah, this is actually not a Bullgrin. This is a, well, it's sort of Bullgrin. It's a Blood Bowl. It's a Blood Bowl Bullgrin. I think it's just called an Ogrin. But, yeah, so the starter pack for Blood Bowl is like $150. And it comes with an entire human team of like 12 characters, plus a hero character, one of these boys, and then an entire orc team, plus a hero character and a troll, plus a board, plus dice, plus all the measuring materials, and it's like $150, which is actually a pretty good deal. Like maybe between $150 and $200. But each of the teams is about $50. That Blood Bowl's a little cheaper than 40K. Each team, each unit is, these are going to about like $15 to $20. Like one of these guys, like $15 to $20. So on their own, it would be $500 for that whole thing. This is a Devilfish, and it's $60. Just this. I have 3 of these to give you a context. So that's well over $200. Well, almost $200 plus tax and stuff like that. So yeah, well over $200 for 3 of these. And you cannot fill an army with just 3 of these. You have 6K points of Astra Militarum? Sort of. They use similar models for it. When I got back in 40K in 2020. I too am a guard player. I have a... God, how many points? Probably 4,000... 4,000 to 5,000 points of guard. I still have... Manticore, 2 Sentinels... God. Probably 50... guardsmen to paint, probably more like 60 guardsmen to paint, which are all, that's all like reinforcements that I have that I've purchased over the years. And 2 hellhounds, which I haven't painted yet. Oh, and a Baneblade. What's the largest ship in Star Citizen you've won to get? And after which battleship from 40K will you name it? I don't like larger ships in Star Citizen. The largest ship I own is a Perseus. I guess the Banner Merchantman is bigger. Banner Merchantman. But I got it when it was smaller. Yeah, I gotta do this. Thank you so much. Thank you for watching the video, the lore video there, Inferno. That was actually yesterday, but thank you for watching it. Yes. Well, guard's top tier. Now's the time. Well, I gotta finish my Blood Bowl team first. Once I finish my Blood Bowl team, I'll go back and do the guard. Though we'll see. I haven't played a lot of guard, much of anything. I have to start getting involved in the local scene because I haven't been playing. But I probably have to go through and get the guard done before they release the guard codex. But I've wanted to go back. I've got a couple of orcs that I want to do as well. I've got reinforcements. I've got 3 Coptas, and then 10 Storm Boys, and a Orc and Mega Armor, a War Boss and Mega Armor that I wanted to get done. I could probably knock those out in a week or two if I sat down and did them. But definitely have to go back and do the Astro Militarum stuff. I feel like the Carrack is going to be really hit or miss now that we've talked about the exploration. It is very hit or miss. The thing that a Carrack makes it really good for a Carrack is that it's got the respawn bed, it's got range, it's got guns. It's a good all-around ship. It's a good take-all-comers list, take-all-comers ship compared to most other ships. It's got a lot more flexibility. That's its real strength. Its sensors and exploration is it's a bonus, but it's got other advantages to it. They've changed a lot. Matt Ward has no longer Matt Ward has not worked for CIG for GW for 2 editions. The Sisters of Battle Codex that was released for 8th edition is pretty good. My wife is a Sisters of Battle player. She plays 9th edition. It's great. That's not even, like you say, Plastic Crack edition. That's not even bringing up the fact that I also have Star Wars Legion. Hard to do it, but Star Wars Legion. And Star Citizen miniatures that I still have to paint. Hey, Axel, you're coming towards the end. I gotta end here shortly. I've been streaming for far longer than I should have. I'm still recovering from COVID, so. Can you play an army that's only Death Company? Death Corps of Creed or the Death Company for the Blood Angels? Yeah, you can play only Death Company for Blood Angels. It would just be a very short battle. I think you can, though, yeah. But you finish the ships, yes, exactly. I haven't played Legion. My plan was to get my wife into Warhammer. She was kind of okay with it. She kind of enjoyed the painting. She kind of enjoyed the games a little bit. I said, you know what? We're going to get a starter pack for Legion, and you get to play the Empire, and I'll play the Dirty Rebels, because I know you enjoy the Empire. And we'll sit down, and we'll paint them together, and we'll play on the... We'll learn to play it, and you'll enjoy it, because you like Star Wars. She likes Star Wars more than I do. So I bought a bunch of Rebel stuff in anticipation of buying the pack, and yeah, we haven't done that because she got into 40K. And then I talked to her about a Blood Bowl, and she's like, "Fuck yes, I love this idea. Let's do it." So we also have an entire starter pack for Marvel Infinite Crisis, so which we haven't done yet either. Plastic Crack. It's okay. okay if you don't have friends. If you paint this stuff, there's almost always going to be a local game store somewhere where you are that will have people who play. Usually like games clubs. All right, y'all. I'm going to call it a night. Thank y'all for hanging out with us. I'm going to go to bed and get some sleep. I'll be back. I might be back tomorrow. I might take tomorrow off just to rest a little bit more, but I'll definitely be back on Saturday with Commander 1007, I want to say. Commander and Darj. We're going to be talking about Star Citizen. We're probably going to talk about PES. What does PES mean? 318 and those sorts of things as well on Captain's Table. And then Captain's Table is going to change. I think I've decided what I'm going to do is on Monday, I'm going to release Captain's Table, just the discussion part at 9 a.m. my time, which is 10 a.m. Eastern. And then that afternoon, I will release, or the next day, probably that afternoon, I will release the Q&A at like 5 p.m. It's like 6 p.m. Eastern. So you will have a chance to watch both of them. I'm going to release them publicly and see how well they do. If they don't do well over the next couple of things I try to do that, I'm going to release one on Monday and the other one will release the same time, but in a unlisted format. So I'm playing with my dolls again. They're plastic army men, Dojin. Make sure you check out the latest, the latest lore video, the Astro Historian video, where I talk about the complete history of Star Citizen. It's the first part of that. It goes from the very beginning of the Star Citizen lore to 2271, and it's only going to get more complicated from there. From the beginning of the founding of RSI to the discovery of the first jump point. It's entirely linear, tells the story from the beginning to end. It jumps around a tiny bit in some of the middle, but it tells you that story, that narrative flow of the universe. And you learn about the colonization and founding of Mars, or the creation of the quantum drive, the colonization and terraformation of Mars, the founding of Argo, and the discovery and exploration of the first jump point. So check that out. Ship Showdown production. It's too soon for me. I was going to say PTV all the way, but then they took out my PTV. So I'm kind of listless right now. Whoever wins between the mule and the Pisces, that's who will win. Between the mule and the Pisces. I do think that one of the finalists is going to be the Cutlass. And I will have that, the capsule will be out on Saturday, which will be a breakdown of what 318 is and expectations for 318. So you remind me of the Destiny Lore Master. My name is Biff. I also watch My Name is Biff because Biff is awesome. I took inspiration from Biff, from Luton, from Oculus Imperia, from Generation Tech, from Eckhart's Ladder, and from Oxhorn. You probably recognized a bunch of those because I know you people in the audience. And if those of you who know all of them will recognize, I'm a lore nerd about everything. I've been following a lot of those people for years before I even started this lore series. So you now understand a lot of my inspiration. Anyways, good night, y'all. I will see you tomorrow. Maybe, maybe not, but definitely see you on Saturday. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.